Hey, Gary, this is Greg. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, copy, Mr. Nahan. I got you. Ms.
Thank you.
Burrell, I heard you just now too.
Yes.
Are you coming across nice and clear? Mr. Furnow, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, you're coming across nice and clear.
Good evening. Welcome to the Antelope Valley Union High School Board meeting, August 13th, 2020. Please be advised that the Board of Trustees are participating in this meeting with teleconferencing. The meeting is being recorded and all actions will be by a roll call vote. I would like to ask board members to respond to the following questions as I call your name. Are you able to hear our proceedings on your end? Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Perrell?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McGrady. Members of the public who would like to address the board on any closed session items may do so now. We did not have any calls in, so we'll go right on. The Board of Trustees will adjourn to closed session to consider and may act on any of the closed session matters listed in agenda item 8. May I have a motion?
Before we go into closed session, Ms. McGrady, I would like to state why I'm not going into closed session.
Okay.
So before we go into closed session, I'm reiterating that I will not be attending closed session as I continue to not be allowed into closed session by my peers and Dr. Vieira. For the record again, I have provided 3 reasons. One of the 3 reasons appeared to be resolved during the July 23rd board meeting. The one reason Dr. Vieira's entire cabinet was in full attendance. Dr. Vieira agreed to not allow his entire cabinet in closed session. That appears to be resolved. Next, regarding allowing the board's counsel, Harris and Associates, to attend, board bylaw 9200 states, the board member has no individual authority. Individually, the board member may not comment or commit the district to any policy, any act or expenditure. The board member cannot do business with the district served, nor should the board member have an interest in any contract with the school district. The board member represents and acts for the community as a whole and does not represent a factual segment of the community. It is my understanding that the board operates as a consensus. It is also my understanding that the board takes a collective responsibility for our performance. It is my understanding that the board acts as a majority vote. That being said, the previous board majority voted that Harris and Associates represents the board. We voted on this February 2018 for the record. Until a new board majority votes otherwise, so it is. This means since Mr. Davis' resignation did not automate a reversal of the board majority's votes by his mere position, Mr. Harris has every right to attend closed session. There's no previous trigger to do business how we're doing it now, Dr. Vieira and Mrs. McGrady. It would take a new vote, and no new vote has occurred by the current board members. Additionally, Mrs. McGrady is a single board member, and she cannot commit this board to a single act of her own decision according to board bylaw 9200. She does not act alone. As the board acts as a collective, I'm asking this board to allow Harris and Associates to attend closed session. Since the December 12th, 2020 board meeting and closed session, there was a discussion about the superintendent's evaluation where we discussed, and his behavior since, in my opinion, appeared to be egregious and retaliatory toward 2 board members that were not in agreement of what the discussion was. And a very hostile actions have followed in nature toward me since. These actions are impeding my ability to attend closed sessions and serve the students of the Antelope Valley. When I said in March 2018 in the Los Angeles Times newspaper that I feared for my life as a board member on this board, as I felt a lynch mob mentality while physically attending board meetings and while in closed session, I did and I do have those same sentiments to this day. I felt those same feelings with Dr. Vieira's threats during our last board meetings with his words toward me in his comments. And I have a duty to serve, and I will continue to serve on this board. I have verbalized in writing my concerns of the hostile work environment that has been created for me while on this board. I have also talked about the ways I've been treated in closed session by Mrs. McGrady and Mr. Rush invading my personal space that I felt were offensive and harmful during closed session. They openly made defaming statements that resulted in me distancing myself physically from the harm and unprofessionalism while in open session and in closed session. When I feel, or if this board can assure me that those behaviors will be corrected in closed session by merely just allowing another person to be present so that I can assure that my physical space will be protected, or allowing that space to be videotaped, I will gladly attend closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ruffin. Let me start with that. For anyone who's not aware, we are meeting virtually. We have been since March. I don't even know where Dr. Ruffin is calling in from. There's no possible way that anybody could be threatening her personal space. You have not attended a meeting since December 12th for the closed session. So I don't know how any of those things could have happened to you. As far as Mr. Harris is concerned, as you both are aware, you and Mr. Harris, he is not authorized to talk to anyone on this board other than Dr. Vieira. If Dr. Vieira chooses to have him in closed session, he will invite him to. He has not. So therefore, he is not invited. In the same sense, you're saying that I don't have the right, neither do you. You don't have the right to invite him to come. He is not authorized. I'm sorry, I'm speaking right now. He is not authorized to talk to you. You are not authorized to talk to him. So when you are calling him and he is doing work for you, that is as your personal attorney. It is not for work for this district. So it would be the same as inviting anyone else to a closed session. He is not invited.
Mrs.
And Mr.
McGrady,
Furno, would you like to chime in here and give the legal part of it?
Mrs. McGrady,
I think you said it absolutely correctly,
The
Ms.
previous
McGrady.
board majority voted in February 2018 that Mr. Harris has a right as our board attorney to represent this board. Until a new board majority votes otherwise, there is no need to give him permission. Has a new board majority voted otherwise?
Dr. Ruffin, you're right in the sense that the board authorized a contract with Harris and Associates. Where you're wrong is that no individual board member has the authority to seek, to use legal counsel except at the board majority's okay.
So
And-
Mr. Furno, thank you so much, but I'm not really sure why you're on our board because we don't do business with you anymore per the previous board majority.
All right.
Dr. Ruffin, I would ask
Again, a
you,
misstatement. Again, a misstatement.
Previous board majority voted to have Harrison Associates represent this board. That's the power of 3 board members voting. Is that correct? As the board? That's what we voted. And if we agree to that, that has not been reversed. So I'm not acting as one individual.
Ms. McGrady,
You guys talk about the governance of this body, and that is the governing of this body. Myself, Amanda Perrell, and Bob Davis agreed to have Harrison Associates. We voted on that. It's not about his contract. Let's be clear. It's not about his contract. He has a contract with this district.
Yes.
Like F3 has a contract with this district.
Yes.
Like AALRR has a contract with this district.
Yes.
But the body voted to have him represent us. So it's not Dr. Ruffin speaking as an individual, and it's not Mrs. McGrady speaking as an individual. It was the body that agreed to that. So let's have that for the record. I'm not asking for myself. I'm moving in the governance of what we did legally. I'm not acting illegally. So until a new board majority votes and put it on the record that we want something different, I have every right to continue to do business with Harrison Associates.
You
Now,
actually don't based on your own board bylaws. You just don't.
Since Bob Davis resigned from this board, Dr. Vieira has unilaterally himself reversed the decisions of the board majority. And that's for the record. That's what you guys are trying to be disruptive and obstructing and making it seem like I'm doing something that's foul. I am not.
When were you voted?
I am not.
When were you voted? When were you voted to be the person who could just
I'm
talk?
not the person. It was myself.
Right. You're right. You're
Bob
not.
Davis and Amanda
You're not.
Perrell as a collective body. That's for 3 people out of a 5-member board approved Harrison Associates to be the legal representation for this board. That is the board majority. So that is not me alone.
But the board majority voted for Mr. Robert Bob Davis to be the person on the
He is
board
one board
who
member.
was authorized to talk to
is one
Mr.
board
Harris.
What
He is the
Board
only
bylaw
person who is
90
authorized to
board bylaw
talk to
92.
Mr. Harris.
Board bylaw 9200 says that no single board member acts alone.
which
that
is
we
exactly
cannot
why you can't have Mr. Harris as your sole attorney.
No, board bylaw 9200 says that no single board member can make any single decision for this board.
Which is
that
why
we
you can't
act as
require
a
Mr.
collective.
Harris to come to closed
So
session.
there's no way that Bob Davis can make that decision on his own. There's no way that Jill McGrady can make any decisions on their own. There's no way that Victoria Ruffin can make decisions on their own, John Rush or Amanda Perrell. We move as a body. 3 votes makes the decision. 3 votes made the decision that John Harris represents this board for the board. And I rest my case. Thank you.
So may I have a motion to go to closed session?
Brady.
Motion.
Okay. A second? I'll second it. And I believe, Mr. Johnson, did you have a comment you'd like to make?
Yes, if I could just jump back into that discussion. I believe the correct wording is April 18th, 2019. The board voted and passed to authorize Board President Robert Bob Davis to confer with legal counsel Harrison Associates on behalf of the governing board, subject to the requirements of state law and the Antelope Valley Union High School District Board policies, regulations, and bylaws, including Board Bylaw 9124. You could fast forward to May 9th, 2019, when the member of Area 5 was asked, will you stop communicating with Harris without the explicit approval from the board, to which she answered, absolutely not. The board never authorized Ms. Perrell or the member of Area 5 to communicate with Harris, and they have no right to enter closed session.
And thank you for that. Board bylaw 9200 says that the board member has no individual authority. The board members may not commit the district to any policy, act, or expenditure. The board member cannot do business with the district served, nor should the board member have any interest in any contract with the school district. The board member represents the acts for the community as a whole and does not represent any factual segment of the community. That means that Mr. Davis, Dr. Ruffin, Amanda Perrell, nor Jill McGrady or Mr. Rush has any authority to act as an individual. Mr. Davis never had the authority to act as an individual of this board. We all make the decision as a collective. So that is null and void. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Student board member, how do you vote? Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Perrell?
No.
Ms. Perrell was a no. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
No. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. And Ms. McGrady. So for the record, that's 2 voting no to go to closed session, 2 voting yes to go to closed session, and student board member voting yes. We are going to closed session. Mr. Harris is not invited, so we will talk again at 7 o'clock. Goodbye.
Anybody there?
Hey, Mr. Rush, we can hear you.
Okay, so is this open session where I'm at? Is it gonna go
Yep.
to open session in a minute?
Yes, sir. This is open session.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure I was in the right place. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Hello, welcome back. For those of you just joining us, welcome to the Antelope Valley Union High School District meeting. We will now reconvene our regular meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand, place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with
indivisible,
liberty
with
and
liberty
justice.
and justice for all.
Thank you. We are at number 4, the PINCO meeting, and Board of Trustees will adjourn to the PINCO meeting. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion.
Okay,
Second.
Mr. Rush and Ms. Perrell, thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none. Student Board Member, how do you vote? Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Thank you. Aye. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Would you repeat that?
Yes.
Aye. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And Ms. McGrady, yes. So that is a 4-0 with the student board member also voting yes. So that passes. The public is invited to address items on the PINCO agenda. We did not have any sent in, so we'll move on to C, PINCO year-end authorization for appropriation transfers. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the authorization for appropriation transfers as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion.
That's Ms. Perrell. Thank you. A second?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. And any discussion?
Is there a presentation?
I beg-
No, there is not a presentation on this. I can answer any questions, but basically this is for the year-end authorization for appropriation of transfers. What this has to do is with closing the books of PINCO. And if you notice, there is an identical motion or request for the district itself. This has to do with being able to balance our accounts and close our books. We do this every single year, and there's nothing out of the ordinary for this. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Does anyone have questions? Hearing none, student board member, how do you vote? Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
No. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, and Mrs. McGrady, yes. So the vote is 3-1 in favor. It passes, and Mr. Johnson voted yes as well. Moving on, we are at D for the purchase order schedule. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and authorize the purchases outlined on the attached schedule. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Any discussion? Do we have any questions? Hearing none. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. And Ms. McGrady, yes. That is 4 in approval, so that passes. And Mr. Johnson voted yes. We are at 6, excuse me. Recognition reports, public comments. Education services presentation, technology, connectivity, and reopening. Mr. Nehan, you are up.
Thank you and good evening, members of the board. I'll wait while Mr. Allen pulls us up. Thank you. Wanted to take a little bit of time and just go through a little recap of everything that we've done from March when all of this developed until the return of our students on Monday. Next slide, please. So as everyone recalls, in the spring on March 13th, we made the decision to close all campuses for students, and essentially it was an extended spring break. Students returned on March 30th in a full virtual environment. And this was a very quick pivot from a full in-person to a full virtual environment. The time in between when students were out on that extended spring break, we spent some time providing professional development for teachers, refreshing some of their skills in the Google educational suite. We also distributed Chromebooks, 6,767 Chromebooks, as well as 475 hotspots for students to be able to continue their virtual education. We also took a little time, worked with a group of teachers and counselors and district administrators to revise the grading policy to help support students through this crisis. And through it all, we maintained an average 92.4 participation rate during the whole time of distance learning in the spring semester. Next slide, please. So in spite of the circumstances and transitioning to a full virtual environment, our teachers and our students persevered. They continue to push themselves, and teachers continue to offer a high rigor environment. College Board wanted to continue with the AP exams. So College Board took some time and rewrote all of the exams. And for the first time ever, all in California, all advanced placement exams were given online. They were slightly condensed, but given those circumstances, we had a slight decline in the number of exams. We offered 6,669 exams taken by 3,522 students. And of those, 2,350 exams earned a passing score. This is the highest raw number of tests passed in the district, and it's despite the reduced number of exams attempted. Next slide, please. So taking a look at the last 5 years, you can see the blue line. If you can trace my cursor, the blue line is the total number of exams taken. And over the last couple of years, you can see a decrease, as well as a decrease in the number of students that took them. And it was marked a little bit more this year. However, if you take a look at the trend line above the gray bars, you'll see that we continue to show progress. And again, we had 2,350 tests pass, and it's a pass test or a qualifying score, and that is 3 or better on a scale of 5. Next slide, please. And then for our Black and African American students, again, you see the decline in the number of students taking an exam. However, the number of tests passed was 112 out of 483 attempted. And again, we're proud of the continued growth and perseverance of our students. Next slide. And then for our Hispanic students as well, 4,394 tests were taken. That's a decline of just over 5,000 from the year prior, but the number of tests passed was 1,412, and again, a positive trend line. Our students, through all of this, our students and teachers continue to work hard, and we could not be more proud of them for their work. So thank you, teachers. Next slide. Also, we had 4,282 seniors graduate this spring. Again, challenging circumstances. And just a few examples, the schools worked hard. All of our schools worked hard to recognize the efforts of our students with a variety of activities, from graduation packet pickups to drive-through senior awards to what ultimately culminated in a drive-through senior celebration that we didn't think was going to happen, but we were able to pull it off at the last minute. The schools did a great job putting this together, and the students and families seem to really enjoy themselves, and so much so that it may reshape what graduation looks like in the future. Next slide. We continued to offer our summer school program. We had 10,208 students continue from beginning to end. And students could take up to 2 classes. They could make up credits where they were either credit deficient or grade deficient, or they could take additional classes for enrichment. And this was a continuation of the at-home learning model. It was conducted fully virtually, and it was really some good practice for our underclassmen and our teachers to continue working in the virtual environment and kind of honing their skills. Next slide. So over the summer, and we discussed this already, but I think it warrants revisiting, we facilitated some instructional delivery planning meetings. Essentially, what would the school year look like when we reopened? We acquired some additional technology. We ordered 1,250 hotspots. We've already received and distributed 250 of the new ones, as well as some that were on the campuses. We've ordered an additional 12,400 Chromebooks, and part of that is to support students in the at-home learning model. But when we return to the at-school model, we'll need some additional devices for students when they're on campus versus when they're at home. We provided professional development for teachers. The total number of professional development hours between the fourth quarter and then the all of summer was 4,066 hours. And it was from a very broad range of beginning your virtual classes, how to start and set up a culture, from all the way to very highly advanced, how to build slide decks with embedded assessments, how to work with students in online collaboration in separate rooms. So the teachers really embraced the opportunity for this professional development, and the district staff did a great job, along with a lot of site teachers. We used all internal expertise to provide this professional development. And then finally, one of our summer traditions, we hosted our new teacher orientation. We welcomed 55 new teachers to the district. They're all new to the district. Some are brand new to the profession. Some are moving in from other districts. And this is the first year that event was held entirely virtually. Got some very good positive feedback from our teachers in that setting. Next slide. We talked briefly about the Instructional Delivery Options Planning Committee. The committee was composed of teachers, counselors, site administrators, district administrators, and there was labor group representation. We met 4 times, all virtually, and the task was to develop some plans that were flexible. At the time this committee was meeting, we didn't know if students were going to return to campus physically and what parameters that might hold, as well as the potential for students who needed to remain on a virtual learning plan or at-home learning, and then the possibility for all students not being permitted to return. So we discussed multiple scenarios and options. And then next slide. What we came up with was something very simple. You're either at school or at home, and this allows us the agility to adapt, as we had to a couple weeks ago when the governor came down with his ruling that LA County was on a watch list, and all school had to take place in a distance or virtual environment. When we're permitted to return to school, students will have the ability to return to school in a blended environment. Those wishing to remain at home learning can, and those wishing to meet their teachers in person on a more limited basis have the ability as a result of this model. Next slide. So on Monday, we welcomed back roughly 20,000 students. We won't have an accurate number until the middle of next week, but we welcomed back roughly 20,000 students, and they're all on an at-home learning model. So this is what the student schedule would look like. Every student meets with each teacher 3 times a week. And Mondays and Thursdays, or Tuesdays and Fridays, the classes are a little bit longer and a fewer number of classes. And then on Wednesday, in order to keep students on track, we have them check in with every teacher. There's also the opportunity for teachers to meet with students in, I guess you would call them virtual office hours, but it's an opportunity for students to get some one-on-one clarification, tutoring, support, sometimes encouragement, but so they can go in and meet with their teachers on that virtual basis every day of the week. And that's turned out to be a positive. In the 4 days that we've had, a number of students are already accessing that. Next slide. I just wanted to kind of summarize what's gone on in the spring, summer, and then as we begin the fall semester. As of the end of Q4 last school year, our students remained at an average of 92.4% engagement. We checked out 6,767 Chromebooks, 425 hotspots just for the spring distance learning. We had 2,350 AP exams passed. That's the highest number that the district has ever seen. We graduated 4,282 students. We had 10,208 students attend a virtual summer school. Our teachers participated in professional development to the tune of 4,066 hours. We've already distributed an additional 4,757 Chromebooks and 803 hotspots for students to be able to access their virtual classes. We have an additional 12,400 Chromebooks on order to be able to facilitate the return to the blended model or at-school learning. And then we have another 1,000 hotspots in the pipeline. And we anticipate needing to order some more hotspots, but we cannot order them until they become available from a supplier. And then the other, the unsung heroes were the food services workers who labored to make sure that our families were fed. And from March until through the end of July, they distributed 627,622 meals to very, very grateful families. Next slide. Next steps, we need to connect with our pupils who are not engaging. And that's a lengthy process. We have a number of students who were enrolled in the district, sometimes automatically enrolled, but will not be attending. So we need to figure out which students are ours and which students aren't, and that'll happen in the middle of next week. And then we can begin engaging those students who remain ours, but have not connected yet, and find out the reason why and correct that reason. And then we need to assess and mitigate learning loss, and that'll take place through a couple of assessments, the reading indicator, and then an NWEA math assessment. And then we need to continue to work with our teachers and our counselors and staff to monitor student engagement and progress, and make sure that our students are receiving the same education and making the same progress as they would in an on-campus or at-school learning environment. And then finally, we need to continue with our professional development as we normally do in a school year. We have ongoing professional development opportunities. This year, the focus will be a little bit different, and it will center around how to help students thrive in the at-home or the virtual environments. Next slide. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that information. I had a few questions. How many of the 4,282 graduates were original ninth graders versus fifth year seniors?
I'm sorry, did you say versus fifth year seniors, Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
That's not a number I have off the top of my head. That's a number I'd have to pull.
Okay, yeah, I know that usually our graduating classes are a collaboration of fifth year seniors, sometimes sixth year seniors too, that graduate together. Our true graduation rate is normally a reflection of our ninth graders who start off and they actually end when they're supposed to end within 4 years. So it would be great to really see what our true numbers are. And then I also wanted to know what supports are we giving to our parents? There's been a lot of commentary in other districts and well within LA County solid for supports for our parents, our grandparents. In the Antelope Valley, as you all know, we're 80% Hispanic and African-American students within our district. We also have a high percent of students within the Antelope Valley Union High School District that are foster youth, and they're cared for by people who other than their biological parents. So it would be great to assist our community members with being able to onboard them with supports for how to get on virtually, if that could be something that we can add into the levels of support as we move forward.
Absolutely, and I can tell you what we have planned. We currently have some basic presentations. They're pre-recorded, but it's how to access your Google account. It's how to access the PowerSchool and all of the resources that are offered in PowerSchool. Those are offered through the PowerSchool portal, and they're in English and Spanish, but they're very basic. And so what we're working with our counseling and some of our teachers to do is to put together some information nights where teachers can, where students and parents can log into a virtual environment and be walked through some of these, have their questions answered, how to best support my student, how to monitor my student's progress. We're all very used to working in a virtual environment. A lot of our parents and our students are not, and so we need to support them along the way. So those are in the works. Probably week 3 is when we'll begin seeing some of those live sessions.
Absolutely. And also anything like Schoology or any other resources that the parents can use to access those supports too. I also had concerns from parents of our students with disabilities, the levels of supports that they can use. I didn't hear anything about that as well in regards to their IEPs and the accommodations and the modifications. That would be great too, to see how they can be able to access that. And I also noticed that you mentioned that we had 92%, wait, hold on, let me see. I just took a picture of the slide. We had 90, hold on. 1 second. .4% of our students remained engaged. But what percent of those students, what you said 92%, but how many what was the solid number of those students? Was it 10,000 students at whatever point that you took that number that made it 92% of what?
So it was 92.4% of the students, and that was an average over the entire fourth quarter. But that was of the students who remained enrolled with us.
Yeah, but what was that number of students enrolled? Was it 12,000 at that point? Was it 10,000? How many students was it that made up that 92%?
And I would need to follow up with you on a number. I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Yeah, we would need to see what that is, because, you know, I know the numbers that came out in LA Times for AVUHSD was pretty low when they were calculating what made it like 50% of their students who did not access or weren't engaged, because it can look like 92%, but of what total number, right? So
Mr. Nehan, if I might add, our enrollment is about 21,000 students.
Right now, but I'm asking at the time that we took that number to get 92%, what was our enrollment then?
That's where we ended last year.
No, I'm asking for clarity. When we took that number, when we took that percentage of engagement, not at the end of the year, when we got that percentage, when we were looking at the engagement, what was the enrollment at the time that percentage was calculated? And you could get back to the board with that information.
It wouldn't change. It's our enrollment, because the average is over the fourth quarter. Our enrollment average was the same.
So you're saying that nowhere in the fourth quarter we didn't have students disenrolling? Because I had parents calling me, checking kids out. I had spoken with teachers where students were checking in and changing areas. So you're saying that there was no difference in students checking in and out, that it was consistent across the board?
No, I said the average is around 21,000.
Okay. All righty. Then I also see that we said that right now we have approximately 20,000 students. So that means that we went down about 1,000 students. If at the end of fourth quarter, according to what you just said, we had 21,000 students, and right now we have 20,000. So it's a difference of 1,000 students. And it looks like we purchased 6,767 Chromebooks, and we have in the portal 12,400. I think those were the numbers. 12,400 Chromebooks and hotspots in the pipeline. And we've already had 6,767. So it looks like we're covering approximately about 19,167 Chromebooks. So we pretty much have like a 1-to-1 ratio for almost every student in our district.
And if I could clarify that, when we return to the at-school learning model, students will come to class and will need a device in class. A lot of our students are using their own computers. Some of them are desktop, some of them are not necessarily mobile. So we'll need to be able to provide devices for students while they're at school and at home if they need one. So that number accounts for attrition and broken or damaged end-of-life devices, as well as incoming students. And then when students return to our campus, we'll have to have devices for them on campus to use when they report to class.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to see if I'm looking at the numbers right. Is it fair to say that we right now have about 20,000 students enrolled in our district, and we currently have approximately 6,700 students that have Chromebooks?
I'm sorry, Dr. Ruffin, it's a little hard to hear. Your sound is fluctuating.
I'm sorry. So I'm trying to just get a little clarity. We approximately have 20,000 students enrolled in our district. Is that clear?
That's correct. It's an approximation.
And then we have approximately 6,767 students that we've distributed Chromebooks to.
That was for the spring semester. Some of those devices came back to us when the seniors graduated or when students left the district.
Okay. And we don't have a process within our district that when our students leave, the Chromebook doesn't go with them?
When they leave the district?
Yeah.
No,
I know in other districts, they, you know, the students, because the device basically has worn out or it's old and defected, that it basically, you know, is pretty much donated to the, I don't know if that's our process. So
That is not a part of our process, no, ma'am.
Okay, so we got those devices back. So at this point, my question is, we approximately have 6,700 Chromebooks with 20,000 students, and we have in the pipeline 12,400 Chromebooks waiting. Do we have students that are currently in need of devices? And I'm asking this question now because this will have me not have to pull what I was going to pull later for discussion. Why are we still buying a high number of Chromebooks if this is the need right now? Are we saying our students still need these Chromebooks?
So we, for the current school year, we've checked out an additional 4,750 Chromebooks. The number from the spring, part of those that were returned would have been checked out again. What we do need is to have, we will have additional students in need of Chromebooks. Don't have an exact number on that yet. We just finished day 4, but we will also need additional Chromebooks for students coming into the district as new students, for broken or end of life Chromebooks that you mentioned previously, and then also for our students on campus. We'll have to have sufficient devices. We can't expect them to carry a desktop or their personal laptop to class with them every day. So what we would be doing is replenishing the classroom sets that we took these devices from originally in the spring to distribute to students for the at-home model.
Okay. And then my next question is in regards to supporting our teachers and our support staff. You know, I know a lot of the discussion also is about, you know, making sure our teachers have the technology that they need at home as well. Some of our teachers are using their own devices. We can't expect them to, and I'm not sure if our teachers are being required to, I don't know what the discussion is, and I think it should be clear for the board to know if our teachers have been forced to come back to work from school, from their classrooms, or if they have been allowed to work from home. And if they are allowed to work from home, has the district provided them with the technology that they need to be able to reach their kids from the home space, which would entail computers, or if they need printers and that type of technology.
Mr. Neal, do you want to take the first part of that question? I can answer the second.
Yeah, I can address some of that. Our teachers do have the option of working from home or within their classroom. And when I visited campuses the last couple of days, there were a number of teachers that chose to work from their classroom. Many of our teachers do have laptops that have been assigned to them, and so they're using their laptops at home. Some prefer to use their own equipment. We do have equipment for them if they need that. Some of our teachers are using Chromebooks as well, but they do have sufficient devices at their ready.
Do we have a percent? I mean, could you guys provide to the board the number of teachers who are working from home or who made that option. And I'm quite sure it should probably be a unit share option so that we can just make sure that we're sufficiently covering them expense-wise for paper, ink, that type of thing. I don't think that they should have to bear that burden of paying for those type of issues just to secure their safety. And those are all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Or do we have any other questions or comments for Mr. Nehan?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
actually, yes.
I'm sorry?
I was just going to say, Mr. Nehan, I acknowledge the work that you put into the slides. So thank you very much for providing that information.
My pleasure.
I just want to say one more thing. Great job. And if you guys could also provide us with a phase-in plan. I know that like I was saying the last time, this is a very iterative process. And it's great that we're looking at where we are right now, and within our world, anything can change. When I talked about a strategic plan, this is one phase of it, but when you talk about the committee, I still would like to see some input from parents, also from somebody from special education, to give some insight from that perspective, where we can look at when we start phasing in those levels of support for our individuals with exceptional needs students, how we would look at leveling up, you know, who would be the first phase to come back in. There's a group of students who are very, very concerned, and actually teachers and community members as well, who express their concerns on a daily basis about just safety and them being in the inner school space and seeing where people are not wearing masks on campuses. And I don't know how we're dealing with that, how we being able to manage that and measure up and just for the safety concerns from that internal space. So I would like to just, when you guys start considering what that phase-in plan would look like, being able to be more transparent with that. Another suggestion from the community was maybe having a virtual back to school night where each school could speak with the parents and tell them specifically what's going on at each school site and what does that look like. It wouldn't probably take a lot. It would probably be an easier perspective, and because it's more virtual, where parents can be more informed about what's going on. So thank you again for the information.
And Dr. Ruffin, if I could just respond briefly, we did have a number of parent surveys that went into our learning models, as well as had special education teachers represented on that panel. In addition, let's see, I'm looking for the date here. I believe it's on August 26th, and I could be wrong. It could be on the 19th. We have back to school night, which we'll conduct entirely virtually. So that'll be an opportunity for parents to connect directly with teachers in a virtual setting to hear a little bit more about the classroom structure, the student schedule, and things of that nature. And then also moving forward, we're still, we're working on our learning continuity, attendance, and accountability plan, which is the substitute for the traditional LCAP during this COVID-19 crisis. And part of that requires that we solicit additional information from stakeholders. So that will be coming forward to you in September as well.
Okay, thank you. What the committee that I was talking about was the one that you said, the Instructional Delivery Options and Planning Committee.
Correct.
It said that the composition was teachers, counselors, site administrator, district administrators, and labor group representation. Maybe if you can have some community members added to that, and like maybe give us a little bit more detail about what type of teachers, if it's like special ed teachers, just so it could be more transparency, so that, you know, the community can also see who's a part of the decision making in the minds that are going into the construction of the instructional supports.
Sure, I'd be happy to provide that breakdown for the board.
Thanks.
Thank you. That makes a perfect segue into our next presentation. This is for a personnel services presentation on our safety plan for reopening schools. Mr. Neal.
Great. Thank you, Ms. McGrady, and good evening, board. And I appreciate the opportunity to share with you some of our processes that we've established and have implemented as relates to the not only the educational settings of our students, but as well as the physical reopening of our sites and our facilities for our employees. And so, Dr. Ruffin, I appreciate your comments there at the end, and hopefully this presentation will help answer some of the questions that you might have. So again, I appreciate the opportunity. And while we are looking at reopening for our employees, our goal and our hope is that soon we'll be able to open up our campuses for our students and our community as well. So next slide, please. And so a number of the things that I'll talk about today will overlap with Mr. Nehan's presentation. The process for returning to school actually began shortly after the state and nationwide closures back in March of this year. And these discussions centered around the conditions in which we were faced with within the education of our students. And so one of the first questions we were faced with was, what model of learning could we provide our students based on the requirements and recommendations of our state and county public health officials? And then also, under what conditions would we be able to bring our employees back onto our work sites where the conditions were safe and free from any concerns regarding COVID. So we had many hours, as you know, of discussions and establishing of protocols and procedures for returning to school. And we based a lot of our guiding principles on our commitment to maintain the health and safety of our students, staff, and families. And we've come up with these, we've implemented these really two guiding principles that everything that we look at in bringing education to our students and bringing or opening up our facilities to our employees are centered around these two guiding principles: the continuity of learning, maintaining that string of learning, as well as mitigating the spread of the COVID-19 virus. Next slide, please. And so when we look at that first guiding principle, the continuity of learning, the process that many of us went through was to look at those learning environment considerations. How would we be able to continue the educational programs for all of our students during this time in which we had a lot of unknowns on what the structure might look like? And so then we began to look at different learning models and address that would address the educational needs of all of our students, what those models would look like. And whatever models we came up with, we wanted to make sure that there was flexibility built within those models, that students could transition back and forth into those different educational settings, or our schools or even our entire district can move from those learning models with ease. And so really those discussions again started early on, back in March and in April and throughout the summer. Discussions with Cabinet. Each of the divisions within Cabinet brought on their own staff to look at ways to address this process for this continuity of learning. Bringing in principals, site administrators, labor groups, having both labor groups being part of this discussion. Now with this guiding principle, it was mostly our teacher labor group, our labor group for our certificated teachers. And then on top of that, specific teachers, as Mr. Nehan had said, different aspects of teacher representatives across the spectrum, from special ed even into high-end courses, making sure that we had voices from all areas of teachers on our campuses. And again, our surveys of our parents and our students, receiving input from them over the spring and summer on those learning models, what changes they were looking for, narrowing down those options, and even surveying our parents on the comfort level that they had with those options and which options would be most appropriate for their own students. Next slide, please. And Mr. Nehan shared this, and this is the outcome of all of those long discussions. This is our learning model options for our families, and it was based on an at-home learning model as well as an at-school learning model. And looking at the feasibility and flexibility that we have for students transitioning back and forth into these models at whatever needs those are. And this was implemented this school year, and we started in our at-home model. Next slide. And as Mr. Nean shared, this is the bell schedule for that at-home model. This bell schedule would also be able to be used when we do come back on our campuses for the at-school learning model as well. So these are the times in which our students log in from home to the class virtually. And then when we do come back on campus, these are the times in which students would meet with their teachers in their classrooms. Go ahead, next slide. So that second guiding principle, mitigating the spread of COVID-19, we took in a similar manner, looking at that process, looking to adhere to the recommendations from CDC, our state and county departments of public health, LA County Office of Education, reviewing those guidelines, those recommendations, and those requirements. And as we know, over the summer, they did morph and change periodically, so we would have to go back and reassess those processes, looking at safety considerations for our employees, and what kind of a process would we establish to bring back our employees to our facilities. And again, discussion, input from cabinet level, divisional staff, principal site administration, both labor groups, but here specifically with our classified employees, since we would have quite a number of them back on our campuses once school started. Next slide. And so we began to look at a timeline of bringing back employees onto our campus. And this was prior to the decision of many of these timelines were prior to the decision to go to the at-home learning model. And once the stay at home or safer at home order was lifted to a safer at work, that's when we started to transition our folks back on campuses and offices, looking at putting in processes and protocols to clean our campuses and have safety protocols in place. So on June 8th, we began to bring back our certificated and classified management, our 12-month employees, our classified employees, which work year-round. We looked at phasing those employees back onto our campuses into the offices on June 15th. July 13th was our scheduled time for our 11-month classified employees. And again, in July 17th, that's when we looked at those learning models and made the decision with the board recommendation to go to the at-home learning model. August 3rd is when our 10-month classified employees came on. Our campus security and our paraeducators and instructional aides. And then our cafeteria helpers officially were coming on board on August 6th. We know they worked pretty much all spring and summer, providing meals to our students. And then obviously this week we started with our first day of school in the at-home learning model. Next. So one of the big things, obviously, that we worked on and worked with our labor partners was to address safety protocols. And we recognize that this is a major area of concern for our employees that we really must address. And as we begin to bring employees back on our campuses and in our facilities, we recognize the concerns. We recognize the fear. We recognize the unknown of a lot of what is happening through our state and our nation as it relates to the COVID virus. And so we knew that exposure happens, and we knew that individuals would test positive, but we wanted to make sure that on our campuses, we had safety protocols in place to the best of our ability to make sure our campuses not only are clean, but we have the protocols in place that address our physical distancing, our self-screening, our protective equipment, personal protective equipment. And so we've been ordering over the spring and summer and even into now equipment and materials to address that. For physical distancing, we have ordered approximately 2,000 of the floor decals that we'll pass out to our campuses and facilities to address physical distancing of 6 feet. Many of our campuses now are using tape to mark those off, and we'll be providing them with those circular decals that would help identify how to physical distance people on our campus. We have purchased roughly 270,000 face coverings, face masks, as well as 10,000 bandanas to be able to have for our employees and our students when they return. Again, we encourage our employees, if they feel more comfortable with their own personal protective face coverings, they are free to wear those, but we do have those face coverings if they choose to use those. We've ordered 400 face shields, 1,100 isolation gowns, eye coverings for our nurses, all as it relates to the personal protective equipment. We've established a self-screening protocol for our employees that we're asking them prior to arriving at the work site to do a self-screening. Do they have chills? Do they have a cough, shortness of breath, difficulty breathing, or fever? And if they do display those symptoms, to stay home and then contact us here in HR, and we will work with them on providing leave for them. We are fully stocked with cleaning supplies, cleaning solutions. We've ordered and have on hand 2,400 boxes of wipes. We are also, in order to sanitize and disinfect offices and rooms that are being used by our employees, each school has what I will refer to as foggers, 2 foggers per site, where the solution is it's created in a mist, and the mist covers the room, and it disinfects and sanitizes rooms and offices. We have multiple gallons of hand sanitizer at each site, signage, infographics, encouraging people to wear their face coverings, to physical distance, to address the self-screening and those symptoms. So the signage is around on our campuses. And even within our HVAC systems, ventilation, to ensure that we are regularly changing out those filters. In addition, this week, we've implemented with our principals a weekly checklist to address the operations of our campus, to make sure that each of our campuses has a daily roster of who's on our campus and where are they. Our employees, who is on campus, where are they, so that can be given to our night custodians so that they know specifically which rooms need to be addressed and sanitized and cleaned. And then cleaning checklist, looking at our floors, looking at our clutter areas, cleaning our high touch points, our restrooms, ensuring trash is dumped regularly, disinfecting the work areas with the foggers, and ensuring that our employees have and are wearing and using personal protective equipment. So we want to make sure that we do have those protocols in place. Now, along with all of the safety protocols and personal protective equipment that we've purchased, we are still working with the county, in which they will be also providing us with additional protective gear and increasing our numbers of masks, face shields, coverings, and hand sanitizer. What we found helpful, and we'll continue to do this into the next weeks, is offer Q&A sessions with our site employees who may have concerns or questions or hearing rumors, so that we can address those as soon as we can. So we'll set up these virtual Google Meets that we'll be able to address any concerns that our site employees have. But again, we recognize that this is a is a true concern for all of our employees. If our students could be back on campus, everyone would be back on campus. We recognize that we have work to do. We recognize that there are essential positions that we need to have on our campuses to do the work of the schools. But we also recognize that a number of those positions can work remotely. And so we have implemented a remote work agreement that we have put in place, and approximately 50 to 60 employees we've worked with to allow some type of remote working, and we'll continue to do that as we see. And again, the process for that is based on those guiding principles. Can the position work from home? And within those guiding principles, can we continue the continuity of learning as well as mitigating the spread of the virus? And in those cases where that can happen, and those positions could work remotely, we are working with those classified employees to set up those agreements. Next slide, please. So not only are we ensuring that our employees can return to the workspace, we know that at one point in time, our students will be returning to the classroom as well. And so we are continuing to look at ways that we would adhere to physical distancing when our students come on campus to limit and mitigate the spread of the coronavirus. And so all of our facilities, we want to maintain that physical distancing as much as possible. And so when we adhere to the at-school learning model, we're ensuring that the amount of students in our classrooms is at a point where we can safely social distance them, physical distance them within that room. We want to be able to continue to restrict non-essential visitors on our campuses, and then limit group activities in where students would be clustered together. Again, classroom spaces would be arranged to maximize that space, and then students' desks should and will be faced in the same direction. I also just want to make sure that it is mentioned that we are going to continue to provide students with their meals, breakfast and lunch. We continue to do that. I know that our Director of Food Services, Joe Cook, working with Mr. Hawkins, is setting up processes to continue providing those meals to our students. And as a matter of fact, I believe tonight a survey has gone out to ask parents to assist us in identifying potential alternative meal distribution sites. So we want to continue that for our students. Next slide, please. This is a topic that we could deal an entire presentation on, but just to make sure that we all know that we are addressing students with disabilities, the special needs students who do have considerations within IEP, our staff, individual staff that are adhering to those IEP services. Having those meetings virtually. We can also have them in person if we need to with our protective plexiglass barriers and protocols for safety. All of those considerations are taking effect when we talk with students and staff regarding our students with disabilities and adhering to those IEP considerations. Next slide. And we know during these times, a lot of our students and families for that part as well, have gone through stressful situations. And we recognize that there is an emotional component of support that we need to provide our students and families. And so we are committed to providing that support to the social and emotional wellness of our families. And we have resources available that we've publicized with all of our family and community members, and those are the websites that can access those supports. Next slide, please. We also know that the state as well as our county have established guidelines that allow our students to gather on our campuses for activities, extracurricular activities, as well as sports. And over the summer, our principals, our athletic directors, our vice principals of athletics met to look at each single sport that we offer and how we could continue offering conditioning for our students and our athletes but still adhering to those guidelines that have been established. And so that has been in place. And I know a lot of our sport teams appreciate the opportunity to get together, to physically distance, to wear masks, but still do conditioning during this time. In addition, CIF, the California Interscholastic Federation, has put out their sports calendar. It is modified. All sports will be addressed this school year. It is condensed, however, instead of a 3-season sport year, it is condensed into 2 seasons, all sports within those 2 seasons, and most likely starting at the beginning of December. The next slide. And what I'd really like to do is to take this opportunity to thank really a whole lot of our individual employees. There's been a lot of heart pouring out on how we address the needs of our students, the needs of our employees since March of last spring up until now, and working with individuals such as Karen White with CSCA, Anna Osborne with CSCA, their negotiating teams, Dan Shy with AVTA, Ray Hart, their chief negotiator with AVTA. So much collaboration has taken place between both labor groups to get us to a point where we feel that we can continue the educational processes that we've had in place, the long-standing, high-quality education that we provide our students, and then also address some of the safety concerns and cleaning concerns on our campuses. So really just a shout out, and I hope everyone would agree that all of our employees really deserve a big applause, a clap of thanks for all the hard work that they've done and poured into this time, all on the same page, all wanting to strive to provide our students with quality education and still mitigate the spread of the virus. So thank you, board. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to address those.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. We appreciate it so much. And please thank all of the staff and everyone involved who put this together. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for that. You know, I come from a place that as an employee, we work collaboratively, and it's not a top-down management system, it's a collaborative management system. And I appreciate everybody who participated, but I believe that all hands on deck should be considered and every voice should be considered as well. And that being said, I know last board meeting, there was a discussion of the CSCA MOU, and there was specific language in that memorandum that talked about the use of respirators versus a mask. And I did not hear anything in the presentation that talked about respirators in the presentation that you just did. And I did hear somebody reached out to me about a statement in the newspaper that talked about ventilators. There was nothing that was ever mentioned in the MOU that mentioned a ventilator. It did mention a respirator. So I want to give some credit to all of our employees, because I believe that everybody who works in our school district is important. And when we talk about phasing in, you know, our teachers are important, our students are important, but our classified are just as equally important. How did we come about when we started phasing in? I'm looking for the slide right now. We talked about who was coming back, right? How did we decide when you got to the part of saying who was coming back on campus? Let me look for the dates. We said that June 8th was management. On the 12th was classified, 12th month. On the 13th was, July the 13th was classified employees. And then on the 17th, we approved the models. How did the team decide which set of employees would come back? And I know you mentioned that some teachers had an option whether they would come back or not. What was the deciding factor?
Well, many of those dates are contractual dates that those employees come back. So our 11-month employees, that is the time in which they normally would come back. Same with our 10-month employees as well as our cafeteria workers. So those are the dates in which contractually they are coming back. With management, we wanted to bring our managers classified and certificated back as soon as we could, as soon as the safer at home order was lifted. We began to bring those back to assess what some of the needs are specifically on the campus. And so then a week later, we brought our 12-month employees back who are round-the-clock employees anyway.
Right, but this is COVID-19, and we're thinking about the safety, so we're operating under different measures. Was there any consideration as to like whether or not our classified employees could work from home as well? I know I have gotten several emails from people thinking that I own in some capacity or I pay the bills for the Antelope Valley Union High School District. You know, I even got something certified that was sent to the district about panels for the district, you know, because they can reach me. I'm the only board member that has my phone number listed. So when our phones are down, people are calling me, leaving messages, trying to reach people at the office. We're in a pandemic and they can't reach people, but we also have opportunities for our classified employees or people that can't be reached. We can set up Google from their house where they can have numbers that are transferred there. I'm just wondering if there's opportunities that we can look out for their safety as well. There's also complaints that there's the equity piece about, you know, I know that 2 board meetings ago, I believe that it was June the 11th, when I asked, or was it the last board meeting, July the 23rd, when I asked Brian Hawkins about the distribution of, we spent what, over $1 million on hand sanitizer. You know, how, and he said that this stuff was, some of the PPE was being housed at the district office. At what point do we make sure that it's equitable and it's spread out at all of the school sites? Some sites are saying that they don't have material at their schools. Some sites are saying that they don't even have soap in the bathrooms. So I know that we're working hard. I'm just wondering about how are we as the managers within our school district, before we invite people back, making sure that we've crossed our T's and dotted our I's before we call people back to work without making sure that we've really secured the placements for them. And I didn't also hear where we had any of those plexiglasses up for workplace security for any of our classified employees. So I don't know, one of the reasons why I voted no for the MOU is because I think that the board needs, for me, and I know that this district is very accustomed to doing business as usual, but I'm not accustomed to that. I'm accustomed to actually hearing from our constituents and hearing from the unit share members and hearing their voices. I didn't hear in that MOU where I actually heard their voices. So I would like to hear what they actually have to say, and what I hear that they have to say, to me, it wasn't reflected in that MOU, even though I hear what you're saying. What they're saying and what you guys presented is a cognitive dissonance. It's a difference in between the two of what you're presenting. So what they're saying is what they need and what they want is not what you guys are presenting. And so I would like to hear that they feel secure going back to work. I would like to hear that they feel like they're in a safe place to work in, and that's not what is being reported. And I know that we're doing fabulous work. But to me, if one of our team members is not feeling safe, then that means not all of our team members are feeling safe. So if we can some kind of way figure out what we can do to fill that gap, and that's my same sentiments for our students as well. If we have 90% of our kids doing well and 10% of our kids are not doing well, we still got work to do. And I feel the way for our classified employees, I feel that way for our teachers, and I feel that way for our students. So I would like to know if we can kind of fill that gap for them and give them an opportunity to choose too, and figure out how we can make this an equitable working space for them as well, and give them the option, if in COVID, to phase them in as well, if that's an option for them.
Thank you, Dr.
So-
Ruffin. First, I'd like to just say at least one thing is incorrect because my number's posted as well. But the second thing I'd like to ask you is tell us right now which sites do not have soap and which sites do not have hand sanitizer. I mean, if you really know that, tell us right now.
I can go on to, if my computer would allow me to go on there, I can do that. But I'm not going to get into a back and forth with you. I will share it and I will allow for anybody that wants that information to have it. And I will share that
Mr.
by
Neal,
the end of, I will share that in my board comments when I get to the end. I will share those sites.
Mr. Neal, I think you had something you wanted to say, and I believe I cut you off. I'm so
No,
sorry.
no worries. I appreciate that. And I know that Dr. Ruffin had some concerns, and so I want to make sure that I'm able to address those. Just as a reminder, our stay-at-home order from the state was lifted, and so it was the safe at work was in place over the summer, and up until July 17th. We were expecting our students to be back on our campuses and all of our employees to be back at work, and so that's why we were layering our employees in and addressing those specific needs. And I know, Dr. Ruffin, you mentioned the plexiglass shields, and I apologize. We do have, we ordered and have on our campuses, across our campuses, over 200 plexiglass shields being used in our guidance office and our health office and our special education rooms. And we are going to continue to order more of those as our site principals see fit. And we definitely have heard through not only direct emails to us into HR, but through our classified leadership as well, concerns of our employees. And that really is the basis for the MOUs that we've discussed. I know that CSC also will probably be speaking tonight, and I encourage them to share with you about their input as well.
Great. And then they also said that, let me see, what is this one? There is a foggers. They would like to, can they be trained on the supplies and foggers? Can you explain, what are foggers?
Sure, they are. They use these similar machines in airplanes, where when passengers are not on the plane, they go up and down the rows with it's the fogging mist, and it's a sanitizing agent, disinfecting agent, and you leave the mist on the classrooms, and it kills all the viruses that are out there. And so those are the misters, and yes, they have been trained on those. Our custodians and our maintenance folks, and then anyone that we would assign extra duties to, whether we have our security involved or anyone else that we may want to assist in cleaning those rooms, they are all trained on how to use those.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. We appreciate that. Appreciate your report and all the hard work that all of you have done.
My last thing is, are we doing any temperature checks? I know you mentioned that you would ask people to certify whether or not he or she is sick or not, but do we have anything set up to look at the temperature checks? I know in Georgia, there's schools that had to literally close shop because of the tracing and people coming to school, and there were like hundreds and hundreds of kids that they had to close down. Is there what are we doing about like the temperature checks? I know we kind of just missed a little bit about the plexiglasses, and you guys are doing an amazing job, and it's a lot of information, but do we have anything in place to look at the temperature checks?
That is the process that we have in place now, and we're asking our employees to do those self screenings, and the guidelines from the county are doing those temperature checks if feasible and when feasible. So what we've asked our employees to do is please do that on a daily basis. And just to let you know, we tried out, and basically it was like an app to do that. We think it's a lot more feasible for our employees just to take that responsibility on their own and do a kind of a self-assessment. And we get daily emails from our employees that say, I'm not feeling real well today. I may have a fever. I'm going to stay home. And then we contact them and work through that those leave options with them.
Okay, and are we requiring the face mask? I mean, the eyewear and the mask, or just the face mask?
We are requiring face masks. And matter of fact, that's one of the things that we work with our site administrators to do to ensure that that our employees are wearing those. I've been out on our campuses and I appreciate walking through the offices and seeing all of our employees adhering to that requirement. And even out on our campuses as folks are moving around, have their face masks on. When individual employees are in their enclosed offices, they aren't required to wear them, but once they leave the office, what we've encouraged them to do at that point, go ahead and put your masks back on. The eyewear, we've set aside for our health offices, for our nurses, and for any employee that might be working closely with our students when they come back on our campuses. So those are set aside for those individuals, and that might be our paraeducators, especially our health paraeducators.
So you said individuals who work in their own personal office, or if they work in an office with other people?
If they work in their personal office, for example, I have an office and it's 4 walls, and while I'm in my office, I normally don't wear the mask, but when I walk outside of my 4-wall office, I will put my mask on.
Okay.
If we've got employees that are in what we refer to kind of as a bullpen, there might be 3 or 4 clerical folks that are working together. That's where we've provided those plexiglass shields, as well as encouraging them to wear their masks at that time.
And do those individuals have an option to stay at home if they don't want to work in that type of environment?
Well, and that's the remote work agreement that we worked out with CSEA. And so they would request that with us here. We would assess the situation. And again, we would first look at, does the job the classification lend itself to be able to work remotely? We understand that our custodians, we need our custodians on campus. They can't work remotely. But there's a number of other positions, whether it's data techs, clerical support, paraeducators, they possibly could work from home. And so they contact us, we work that out with them, and where we can, we are setting up agreements with those individuals.
Okay, and then when it comes back, just so that we're clear, is there an opportunity, if you can provide this for the board, is there an opportunity for the unit share members to vote on what they want, for them to vote, and that vote goes to the president of the union? Because to me, it sounded like the union president was making a decision for the entire body.
Well, I respectfully, I don't want to speak for the process that CSEA has established, and they're free to speak to that.
You don't know what the process is?
Well, I know that they have a process, but I don't know specifically how they communicate their desires to their leadership. And again, I'd much rather them speak to that since it's their process.
Oh, okay. I don't know when.
I think it's time. I think we need to move on. And if you have further questions,
Mrs. McGrady, this is the time where the board is supposed to talk and get questions answered. So
you are asking questions that you could have asked ahead of time. You could have asked before this meeting, and you would have already had them answered.
You are very rude, and you continue to cut me off when this is the time that we're supposed to ask questions and for the community to get clarity. I mean, we are in a pandemic, and this board has not been clear with the community or anybody else about matters of our students. In one breath, you all want to criticize me for asking questions about the students and their health and their wellness. And then in the other breath, you cut me off. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins, 45-day budget update, please.
Good evening. As you remember, next slide, please. If you remember back on June 11th at the board meeting, we adopted our budget for this current year. And then subsequent to that, on June 29th, the governor actually signed a state budget after they had done negotiations with the legislature, and they enacted several trailer bills. At the time, the budget we presented was based on the information from the governor's May revise, as well as direction from LA County Office of Ed. Now, the legislature has made several changes, and the governor agreed to some, and they came to an agreement on creating a budget for the state. So no later than 45 days after the governor signs the Budget Act, the district must make available to the public any budget revisions made to reflect the funding made available by that budget, and that is in Ed Code. So when you make a significant change or a change due to the significant change that the state budget was from its original form to now, we now bring a revised budget. Next slide, please. So we have a summary of the budget changes. First of all, if you remember, we had a cut. The governor had proposed a cut of 7.9% to education. That was over $20 million to our district. And we were unclear exactly what was going to happen to ADA into the 2021 school year. Fortunately, the state is holding harmless our district and all school districts for ADA. So the ADA that we generated in 1920 will be the number we automatically get for 2021. However, we are receiving a zero COLA. Well, that means flat funding. So we're going to get the same amount of money this current year that we did last year, because our ADA isn't going to change and our funding dollars per student will not change. What the state legislature did and the governor, they then allocated out the federal CARES money. If you remember, I mentioned there was the CARES money. Exactly how much, we weren't quite sure, and we had some estimates from school services. The state actually added some additional money to some of the CARES Act money in different categories. Most of these are, almost all of them, the funding is restricted and they're one-time funds. And unfortunately, according to the federal government, these funds will have to be spent by December 20th, 2020. So we are funded at the same level as 1920. It's a flat year overall, year over year. But we will see some increased expenditures, specifically our special ed costs are rising, but more importantly, we're looking at step and column, STIRS, PERS, and general operating expenditures. So by us getting level funding, it's a cut to education, it's a cut to us. But based on the approved state budget at this time, we do not see any programmatic changes or cuts to the district budget are going to be necessary. Now, the business staff will make the transfer adjustments that we'll need to finalize last year and then we will incorporate those changes, meaning the ending balances will be then new ending balances will then be incorporated into the first interim budget when we give you that update. All of the other assumptions we have that we built, we're going to hold pat on right now, but we are monitoring them. Next slide, please. Showing what our budget revision is, if you can see our adopted budget, then where we are on our 45-day budget revision, and then the difference. And then I put in a percentage as well. So you can see our LCFF, that's the funding, our base grant funding, increased $18 million. That's because we went from the minus 8% cut to a 0% COLA. Then in the federal revenue, that $20 million is the federal CARES Act money that has been distributed between 4 different resource codes for us. But that's what we expect to receive to pay for the loss mitigation. Those funds are also used to pay for the PP&E, whether it be the hand sanitizer, the gloves, masks. We have funding for that, as well as when we get to it in the purchase orders, the Chromebooks. The CARES Act specifically talks about the mitigation of the loss of education and the improvement or increase in technology for students. And so that's where we'll be spending our money. So you can see our total revenue has actually increased about $42.5 million from where we were at budget time. Next slide. Our expenditures for right now, we're going to hold even. The difference you see is in the supplies, that $22.5 million, that's the Federal CARES Act, and the supplement that the state has added as well. Now we've just, as a placeholder, have put it under supplies. As we go through and we actually expense those, we will redistribute those expenses as they become known, because the state and the federal have slightly different guidelines, and these are restricted funds. Right now, all of the other expenses have not changed from our original budget. Next slide, please. Here you can see our budget revision regarding the ending balance. So since we're not looking at revenue cuts for this year, our ending balance has changed considerably. We were originally looking at about $127,000. Now we'll be looking at about $11.3 million. We will update these numbers and amounts at our first interim report to you in December once we close the books. And that's part of the process of closing the books is being able to transfer between funds and finalize last year, which will then give us an accurate ending balance for this to start this year with. And so I would expect some of those numbers will change, specifically on the beginning balance will not, may be higher because some of our expenditures we didn't have.
Are we off the line?
I'm sorry. Am I still on?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I heard a voice in the background that wasn't mine. I apologize.
Not sure what that was.
So we will be updating these numbers at our first interim report. Now, we will be in deficit spending this year as well. We expect to have a deficit of about $3 million. That's about the increase in our step and column, PERS, STIRS, and general business obligation expense increases that we anticipate. But the business office, my folks are going over every expense and every cost we've had since March of 2020, and with the goal of transferring those expenses that are allowable from our general fund into the Federal CARES Act funding, so we can leverage every dollar we can and take advantage of that funding. Next slide, please. Our single biggest challenge this year will be our cash deferrals. Instead of cutting education funding for the year, the state backfilled it by choosing to not pay us in the current fiscal year, but using what they call a deferral into the future years. So by not paying the funds to us in the 2021 year, for the state, it becomes a net savings for the current fiscal year. They will pay us, they promise to pay us in fiscal 21-22. What this brings to us is basically 5 months of no state revenue. You can see from February through June, they're going to defer. And then if you just go straight down from February, you'll see we won't get the February money till November. We'll get the March money in October, April and September, May and August, and June, they'll pay us in July. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So the state's going to defer our cash payments. So when the state adopted their budget, it in turn drives our school district budget. So when the state defers our monthly funding, the state gets a credit for a budget savings this year, but that means the school district and every school district in California will have to borrow some money this year to cover those 5 months when the state is not going to pay us. And the district has the burden of paying the cost of borrowing, which means we will have to pay interest on that loan. So when the state pays us back in the following year, they don't pay us back the deferral plus interest. They just pay us back the deferred dollars, and they're going to take credit for an increase in funding to education next year, but really it's flat funding again. I expect that we will need about $115 million TRAN loan to cover the state shortfall. Between February and June is about 45% of our total funding for the year. So we'll be in about 115 million. We are working and will work with the LA County Office of Ed, who will get a very, very large, in the billions of dollars, TRAN loan for all of the districts in LA County. And we'll look to be a part of that because that will get us the cheapest interest rate possible. If we tried to go out on our own, we would not get the same interest rate that the Los Angeles County Office of Ed can get. And so we'll be looking to piggyback with them and use their resources to help us. Next slide, please. So where are we today? The state revenue obviously is down for last year. It may or may not hold for this year. The state did do a revised downward guidance. Basically, flat funding to education is a cut because we have increased costs. The final state budget did alleviate us the need to do any budget cuts because of the one-time federal CARES money and the deficit spending we're going to have to address in future years. The economic conditions, it's who knows? It could get better, it could get worse. Time will tell, and it may take us another 3 or 4 months to get a better handle on the current California economy, let alone the nation and the world. One of the tax story, and that's how many dollars the state has collected in tax revenue, and that's really going to impact the 21-22 school year. So we're talking a year from now school year. So we're going to have to really watch the January governor's initial budget. And the one thing I can guarantee is that what we're budgeting for today will not be exactly what we're going to have to budget for in the future, because the factors that we base our budget on are continuing to change. And next slide, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding this.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Appreciate it. I know sometimes it's hard to bring grim stories to us, but we appreciate your transparency and the honesty of it all. Just for, I believe I know the answer on this, but I just like to confirm the federal revenue from the Federal CARES Act, the 20 million, the 20 million plus, that's one-time money, correct? We get that this year and that's it.
Absolutely. It's one-time money and we haven't received any yet. We anticipate receiving it early in either late August or early September. And most of those funds we have to spend by December 20th.
Okay.
Or 30th, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Hawkins, this is a question for Dr. Vieira. On July the 28th, on July the 23rd, July the 21st, I asked Dr. Vieira for this information and maybe he gave it to you. He said that it was going to be answered on the 23rd. I asked for it again on the 24th. I asked for it again last week. The board still hasn't gotten it. Can you tell the board who our external, we were looking for an external audit for the district for 2018 and 2019 school year. We still haven't received it. Who is the external auditor for the district?
Dr. Ruffin, I believe that was sent out on July 21st. And in that I included the board agenda item when we, from June of 2019, when the board approved VTD as our audit and for a 3-year audit contract. Then In July of 2019, I think I mentioned in my note to you that Eide Bailly, a national accounting firm, purchased VTD and assumed the existing contracts and will honor our contract for the duration. VTD has 11 offices in California, and from what I understand, they provide audit services to more school districts than any other firm in California. So right now it's Eide Bailly, and that who is currently performing the audit on last year and will be closing that out here shortly. And we've enjoyed a very lengthy relationship with them.
Okay, can you resend that, because I never got it and I'm not sure if the other board members got it. I did ask Trustee Perrell. She said she never received it. And I also asked to actually meet with this auditor. And if you sent it, I also requested the management letter. Did you send the management letter as well?
Absolutely. I sent you a copy of the audit, the management letter, and a copy of their contract that the board approved back on June of 2019.
Okay, because I'm looking at my emails right now and it's nowhere present.
But it didn't come from me. I believe it came from Dr. Vieira.
Exactly.
I received it. I received all of it.
And I do not have it. And it will be affecting the way that I vote tonight. So
Well, it was sent to you,
excuse
Dr.
me,
Ruffin.
excuse me, Mrs. McGrady, I am not talking to you. You are rude. You are rude.
You are being incorrect.
You are rude. You are rude.
You are incorrect.
Ma'am, you're rude.
Your name is on it. It was sent to you.
You are rude. You do not have the authority to do what you're doing.
It was sent to you.
I have a right to talk. You're disrespectful and you're very rude. This patriarchal white supremacy that you're doing right now has to stop, Mrs. McGrady. You may preside over this meeting, but you have no authority to circumvent my ability to talk and speak on this board. Please stop doing it.
Give incorrect information. You said you didn't receive it. I received it and your name is on it.
You cannot speak for me, ma'am. You cannot say what I got and what I did not get. I will have the FBI and whoever else come check my computer. I have no reason to lie, lady. If I'm telling you I did not get it, I did not get it. And like I just said, if Dr. Vieira can have anybody from his team and his management team send that information to me and make sure that I got it without disrupting my ability to do my job as a board member and give me the right to make informed decisions for this board, I will vote accordingly. But right now, I have not been given that authority, and I will be voting the way that I have been informed prior to this meeting as I move forward. Thank you.
Dr. Ruffin, I'll go ahead and send that back out again this evening before I leave the office.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins, let's move on. Do you have any report from the AVUHSD?
Just real quick, they are working with their classified bargaining unit just exactly the way we have worked with ours, and are working on an MOU for their employees for this year. They hope to have that wrapped up this week. Part of our plan for food service is, along with the survey that we sent out, is to find a popular location, because we know, like out towards Lake LA, out past Little Rock, we bus in a lot of students. So we'll be looking for what are the best places we could take one of the buses with lunches and go to those areas, whether it be a bus stop, another school site, or possibly a park. So we're working on all of those plans.
Thank you, sir. If you are following along, we are at E, the review of action taken under Board Policy 2210. During the July 23rd, 2020 regular board meeting, the board did not hold a closed session due to a lack of quorum. Consistent with the administration's recently developed protocols, we have reviewed the closed session agenda items from the July 23rd, 2020 regular board meeting to determine whether it is necessary for the superintendent to exercise his authority granted under Board Policy 2210 to approve actions necessary to avoid any risk to the safety or security of students, staff, or district property, or to prevent disruption of school operations. For the July 23rd, 2020 regular board meeting agenda, items that require board approval and which authority was not delegated per the annual resolution or other board policy, administrative action has been taken per District Board Policy 2210 on the following agenda items from that agenda. There is just one. Approved compromise and release agreements, STS 20076, OAH case number 201-911-0305, item 19D for $10,000. This is a payment of attorney's fees and compensatory services as part of a compromise and release agreement.
Mrs. McGrady, I want to
Ma'am.
add to this, these actions, and this is for the record, these actions that are being taken under Board Policy 2210 are illegal. When the board determined through a majority vote that an emergency situation exists and prompt a necessary action, what is the emergency? An emergency situation means the following under the government code 54956.5. An emergency which shall be defined as a work stoppage, crippling activity, or other activity that severely impairs public health and or safety as determined by a majority of the members of the board. 4141.6, 4241.6, concerted action, work stoppage. The majority of this board has not voted that there is an emergency. This is the way, again, white supremacy exists on this board. You guys are obstructing our ability to govern, but you want to say that I'm the problem. Where has the board majority out of you, Ms. McGrady, myself, Mrs. Perrell, or John Rush voted and said that this board policy that you just said has taken precedence? We have not met to decide such. So what you just said is blatantly illegal. In any previous board policy that Dr. Vieira has tried to move under Board Bylaw 2210 is also illegal. This school district, who has been operating under such authority as the status quo, is the problem. It is the problem of this school district. And God forbid that I am your counter narrative. Let's be clear. That is what I was elected to do. As board members, it is our responsibility under Board Bylaw 9200. We are elected to hold this superintendent to be responsible. He is our only employee. That is our only job, is to make sure that he is accountable for the education and the well-being of these students. So what you just said is illegal and is fraud.
Ms. McGrady, can I respond to this, please?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Well,
Thank you.
we've gone over this a number of times, that 2210 is an actual board policy that the board approved. So it's actually inaccurate to say that the superintendent or this board hasn't given the superintendent the authority under which he exercises his rightful authority under Board Policy 2210. There is nothing illegal or fraudulent about the decisions that the superintendent has been taking under 2210. We have gone over this a number of times with the board, and I just wanted to clarify that there's absolutely nothing illegal or fraudulent.
It is illegal, and second of all, once again, Mr. Furno, the board has not even certified you to be here, and it's illegal because even when the board, under normal circumstances, agrees that there is an emergency because we vote on it, even when the superintendent comes and does an action, the board has to come back and vote on us approving those actions. That
Actually,
is
it
the
doesn't.
law.
That's
No,
another-
that is the law.
It's another
And so
misstatement.
you are an attorney that we didn't hire. We have a contract with your firm, but the super board majority in February discontinued your services because we zeroed out F3's contract.
That's
So
another.
you're not even supposed to be here, sir. The
There's
super board majority, myself, Amanda Perrell, and previous board member Davis voted and zeroed out your contract. As a matter of fact, right now, there's an open PO with AALRR that has $250,000 in there, and they're supposed to be here. You are serving as Dr. Vieira's personal attorney. And like I said, we shouldn't even be talking to you. You're ripping off the district.
Miss Grady, I think a supermajority would be 4 board members, and she named 3.
Well, you're also the person that advised this district that we don't even have to follow Robert's Rules of Order.
Dr. Ruffin, please,
you're
please.
inappropriate.
Dr. Ruffin, please stop. Please stop. Let's move forward. We're not going to agree on that. We've had
Board
that
bylaw 22
many times.
is unethical.
And I would
and
ask you
illegal.
not to
It's
talk to our
for the
employee in
record,
such
we are
terms.
not approving that. For the record, it is not approved.
We're moving on. Do we have anyone from ABTA? Is Mr. Shy available or with us, or do we have anybody else from ABTA with us tonight?
Ms. McGrady, Mr. Shy is not available tonight.
Okay, thank you. We next in line is CSEA. I believe Ms. Karen White.
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Let me begin with greeting you, Mrs. McGrady, board members, student board member, Mr. Johnson, Dr. Vieira, board cabinet, Mr. Furno, and Ms. Orozco. I would also like to introduce Anna Osborne, who will be speaking during our CSEA time. She is our labor relations representative who would like to say a few words, and also has a brief message from our regional representative, Mr. Greg Russell, who is also a chapter president for the Lancaster School District. Before I begin, I do have a couple of letters that I'd like to read to you from our members who are on the negotiation team and executive board. So I will begin with a letter from Mr. Frazier. So it begins, my name is Kyle Frazier. I am a CSEA classified employee for this district. My current position is campus supervisor. I am not management. I am not administration. I also serve as chapter vice president for CSEA chapter 612. I was not hired or placed into this position. I was unanimously voted into this position by the chapter's membership. I am also a jacketed union steward for CSEA. I do not get paid for the services I provide to the members. I am a member of this chapter's CSEA negotiation team, and I represent the campus supervisor classification. I have my Associates of Arts degree in Administrative Justice, and I am currently pursuing my bachelor's degree in Criminal Justice. I have worked for this district for over 16 years, and in my 16 years, I have worked as a locker room attendant and campus supervisor. I have been temporarily upgraded to custodian, groundskeeper, community attendance worker, and director of school safety. I'm a bit upset that this board did not pass the MOU that was presented to you at the last meeting. Not only did you place our members in jeopardy by denying the safeties and securities the MOU had for them, you hindered the process that the district and this union had on other important topics by forcing us back to the table to negotiate what we already agreed upon. Our chapter CSEA 612 has 88 different classifications and over 1,000 members. Our organization, CSEA, has over 220,000 members. CSEA is in partnership with the AFL-CIO, which is 55 unified unions over 12.5 million members. So our voice is not just limited to the people you see when you walk onto a campus, but of the masses we work along within our district, in our city, in our state, and across this great nation. The next letter that I have is from Kathy Bayot. She begins, "My name is Kathy Bayot. I am a paraeducator and have worked for the Antelope Valley Union High School District for 16 years. I came to this district with 17 years of service as an instructional aide and a paraeducator, working in general ed classes and then in special education. I worked as a classroom aide and as a 101, which is also known as a skip. I have worked to achieve 2 AA degrees, both in the field of education. I am not management. I am not an administrator. I am on the negotiation team for our membership, and I do not receive any pay for this. In addition, I am the secretary for Chapter 612, another position I don't receive compensation for. I believe we had a good MOU agreed upon by the district negotiation team and CSEA negotiation team, voted on and approved by our membership. This MOU was presented to you last month, and with 2 members of the Board of Trustees voting no, made us lose valuable time and had us go back to the table. So with saying that, I would like to speak to you this evening to provide clarity for the members of our community, the public, and for the public record concerning some misconceptions which were painted about the California School Employees Association at your last board meeting and how our organization works. California School Employees Associations just celebrated their 94th year as leaders within the state of California, and as a strong union and the largest classified employees union in the United States. Even though our members are considered blue-collar employees, many of us are taking college, university courses, holding multiple degrees, and are working towards either master's or teaching credentials. So as you can see, we make a capable of writing and negotiating critical documents or making agreements, and where they don't sound like we are uneducated. We are a member-run organization from the top of our association down to the smallest of our chapters. Our current president, Mr. Ben Palapina, works as a custodian at one of our colleges, and just like the founder of our organization did in 1926. I have worked for our district for over 30 plus years. I am president of one of the 3 largest chapters in our valley. I am what is referred to as a jacketed union job steward. And I have held positions in this organization as an assistant regional representative for Region 64. We have 99 regions in California. I have been our chapter's executive board as representative for the clerical technical members classification, elected as the chapter's vice president for multiple years, and sat on the negotiation team representing the clerical technical members until taking office of president. None of these positions that I have mentioned have any monetary compensation or stipend attached to these duties. We are volunteers. CSEA are not and do not hold administration positions, nor are we paid for the time we work for the benefit and protection of our members. Because CSEA is a member-run organization, Any agreements, including MOUs, have to be sent to our Fresno field office for clearance in accordance with the CSEA board policy called 610 before it can even be brought to our members for discussion and ratification by them. After which it's submitted to the district for your ratification before it can be implemented. If the COVID-19 environment MOU wasn't of urgency, it would not have been placed on the board agenda. And since COVID-19 has been labeled as a pandemic, is the very reason it was on last month's board agenda. The necessity was there and recognized by our membership. At your last board meeting, we brought to you a strong MOU concerning numerous items that addressed our members' safety, including the proper PPEs, leaves, ability to utilize our members in essential work that wasn't part of their job description, no loss of pay or benefits in the event of the closure or other stipulations. Now our negotiation team has returned to the table and met with the district's representatives to formulate another tentative agreement for this COVID-19 MOU. At this point, it has been presented to our membership and is currently being decided by our membership on whether it will or will not make it to your board agenda in September. It does appear on the board agenda. I hope you will take it seriously as we have. With the series of meetings we've held came another tentative agreement and concerns our bargaining agreement as with the COVID-19 MOU. It too is in its membership to decide whether it comes to you in the September board meeting. I hope with our first opening of school in the midst of the COVID-19 that we have exhibited our determination to excel within anything we do or that is put upon us. Even with distributing materials to our district, but I know we will face it with determination as we work towards our common goal in providing a service to our students and their families. In closing, I would like to hope that you have a very relaxing weekend, as you all deserve it by getting through our first week of school, because I know it has not been easy. And with that, I will turn my portion of this meeting over to Anna. Anna, you have the mic.
Erin, thank you so much for allowing me to speak on behalf of the classified employees. Good evening, board, student board member, superintendent, and cabinet. I'm humbled and honored to be here. And today, as a community member, a parent, and California School Employees Association's labor relations representative, I just wanted to express my gratitude for the dedication and hard work of our classified staff. Classified staff are the unsung heroes in the district. Often they do not get the acknowledgement they deserve. Our classified staff are the ones working behind the scenes, feeding students, keeping schools safe and sanitized, maintaining our buildings, keeping academic records, assisting with student instruction, and facilitating communication with parents. And these are under normal circumstances, let alone during a pandemic. During these unprecedented times, classified staff have risen to the occasion. Without question or hesitation, our classified staff have taken on duties and responsibilities related to the pandemic. CSEA members have continued to be on site at campuses, at the district office during a shelter-in-place order by the governor as essential employees in order to ensure all district operations continue. Our custodians are sterilizing buildings to keep staff and students safe. Our food service workers are making sure the community is fed. Classified staff of various positions have been preparing supplies and equipment for weeks for students to have, whether it was in distance learning or a hybrid model. We were ready, and we were ready to take action on the front lines. CSEA understands we're stronger together, and we will continue to work with every district to ensure operations continue through this pandemic. I'm asking everyone Join me in acknowledging the contribution and expressing gratitude for the work of the frontline workers during this pandemic. CSCA and our members have a united mission. It's to improve the lives of our members, the students, and the community. Without our students, none of us would be here. There would be no board, there would be no union, there would be no employees, and they are our future, and that is why we are here. This means that we have to work together with this district to ensure that all members are treated with dignity and respect. And in turn, CSCA now more than ever will continue to provide services for the students and the community that they serve. COVID-19 has created a dilemma. Now I'm an essential worker and I'm balancing childcare issues as well as underlying health conditions. Some members may be unable to work remotely and have been forced to choose between their child's education or continuing to provide food and financial support for their families. Please remember that our essential employees have students of their own. They need to be accommodated with alternative work arrangements in order to continue to provide the services to the community and the students, but as well as their own families. Don't make them choose. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us and all the classified employees that have joined us on YouTube tonight. We hope that we can count on you, all of you, for continued support of the classified employees and their families. I'm going to read the following from Greg Russell, a regional representative for Area D, Region 64, chapter president for CSCA Chapter 297, Lancaster School District. During these unprecedented times, our members need some reassurance from their school districts to support them while they're working on the front lines. Classified employees are essential workers and they provide essential support to our districts and communities. We have been providing lunches for our less fortunate students. As a chapter president that has been in CSCA for over 25 plus years, I was a little taken aback when I heard that an agreement was voted down. Classified employees are backbone of the district and they don't have the protections that other units have. They don't have the luxury to stay home and work remotely. These employees are on the front lines, taking all risks, including their life, during an unprecedented pandemic to keep the districts functioning and to ensure that the schools receive their funding. They don't get elected into their positions, they choose it, and they do it willingly with their hearts. In closing, I would ask that the district would reconsider and approve an MOU for the district and for the classified bargaining unit.
Thank you so very much for being with us this evening. Karen White, thank you for your words. We appreciate it when you're with us. I would like to say that I appreciate with all my heart the dedication and hard work of our classified staff. And I am aware that we cannot have school without you. And we thank you for everything you do. We appreciate it so much. And we'll get this out to your units for a vote and get it back to us next time. And hopefully we'll prevail at the next meeting.
And I would also like to comment, I believe in everything that you guys stand for, and I know that you'll go back and tighten it up and make sure that all members are heard and that that it'll measure up for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ruffin. That means a whole lot to classified, and we will share your sentiments because I cover over 7,000 employees.
You know, I'm a public school. I came through the public school system. And humbly, I have family members that work as classified employees. You know, I've never once not supported classified, and I support them wholly. My whole point for voting it down was because I did not believe that the classified was getting what they deserved. So my point is, and I'm glad that Ms. White gave some justice to the process. You know, you guys look at it from one perspective, but not everybody on this board is a part of your fabric. And there needs to be clear transparency with these board members too about how you guys come up with the decisions that you make. So I'm glad that there's more transparency with this board about what goes into the decisions that you make. And I hope that all of the unit members of the classified unit is going to be heard. And when you bring back that MOU, that it is a reflection of everybody. And I'll proudly vote for an MOU that's reflective of everyone. So thank you so much.
If it does not pass, then it means only one thing. Our members saw a flaw in it.
Well, that's
when they see a flaw in something that they do not agree upon, no matter what was TA'd, They make the decision. As I said, we are a member-run organization. We are a backbone and we're very strong. And they all have their own opinions. Now we come together and we form one and we move forward. But whatever CSEA has, their board policies or any other thing, that is part of their organization and is not to be scrutinized by any other organization on how they conduct their business. And we will not have that thrown in our face.
Thank you, and thank you once again, and we look forward to seeing the MOU at our next meeting. So moving forward, we are at H, public comments from the floor for agendized items. Do we have any comments from the floor on agendized items?
There are no comments from the floor on agendized items this evening.
Okay, moving to the next category, the public comments from the floor for non-agendized items. Do we have comments from the public on non-agendized items?
Yes, we have 18 comments from the public this evening.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to give those to us?
Yes, the first comment is from Anthony Hunt. My name is Anthony Hunt. I have been an Antelope Valley Union High School District employee since 2011, a few months after graduating from Palmdale High School. I have worked as an avid tutor at PHS, instructional assistant at PHS, job developer at QHHS, and currently the pupil services technician for college and career at PHS. From the moment that I became an employee, I have always had a main goal, and that was to help the students in this community grow. Students have always been at the forefront of my job, and I will continue to make sure that that stays true. In April of this year, I had received the opportunity to serve the students of Palmdale High School as a special education teacher. In June, I was denied that opportunity by Victoria Ruffin when she voted down my internship permit. I was voted down again in July by not only Victoria Ruffin, but also Amanda Perel, even after she had agreed with what a great job that I had done on an event that served students. By both of you voting against me teaching special education, you are only hurting the students who will now have a substitute for most of the semester. Is that a way to show your concerns for the students in this district? Victoria, you spouted claims about not having enough Black employees, including teachers, yet you voted against hiring one. What sense does that make? Is it because I do not support you politically? Because I speak out against your gross incompetence and negligence? This was nothing but a personal retaliation from both you and Amanda. With no due respect, Ruffin, your tirade over the last 20 months of you sitting on our board has been absolutely disgraceful. Unlike myself, you cannot say that you have done anything to help the students or staff in this district. Your personal agenda has no place here. I will not stand by quietly and take the slander from you or those that follow behind you. I want to let you know that your intimidation and slander against me does not scare me, but only ignites a fire within me. I will continue to fight for what is right and for everyone in this school district, no matter what job capacity I am in. I will continue to stand up to those who are only trying to bring us down. I am not going anywhere. Thank you. The next comment is from Joe Barcia. Dear Miss Ruffin and silent but obedient Miss Perel, I admit to writing this using a fake name to express my views because I am an employee of the district, and it is clear with your recent refusal to hire an employee that our district engages in retaliatory practices. I have been an educator here for over 20 years. I send my own children to our schools. I want them to be taught how to think, not what to think, how to argue, not what to argue, how to explore, question, and criticize. I disagree with students and coworkers all the time. I don't want a vanilla world where we all are the same and never question each other. It appears that you desire a district where every human simply steps in line, accepts the status quo, and is a mirror copy of the person before them. Your actions demonstrate a retaliation specifically against one potential employee, since you were presented with what appeared to be two identical employees for two identical positions, yet you denied Anthony Hunt but hired Ray Milburn. I predict today you will hire Catherine Riddle for a similar position, TMH, whereas Hunt and Milburn were SDC. With this action, you deny the value of the education we seek to provide students. one where they may engage in free speech, where they may question and criticize in the pursuit to make the world a better place. I don't know Mr. Hunt, Mr. Melbourne, or Miss Riddle, but if we educate students such as these and then refuse to hire them, what are we doing here? Please stop retaliating, focus on education, and let's get some quality work done. The next comment is from Rosalinda Garcia. Dear AVUHSD board members, my name is Rosalinda Garcia, and I've been a district employee and union member for 16 years. My message to the board this evening is directed specifically to Dr. Ruffin and Ms. Prowl. I come to you not only as an employee, but a parent of 2 students that attend high schools under your directive. I was sad to hear that you decided to vote down our CSEA MOU during our July meeting, leaving us without any protection and showing us that you do not support classified employees. I use the past tense because I am no longer sad. I am upset and utterly disappointed with every single one of your actions. I often wonder why you made up your mind to destroy this district, its employees, and our students. You mention equality and justice for all AVUHSD students. Well, my children are a product of 2 minority and immigrant parents, and they go after every opportunity given by this district without hesitation. They are both clear overachievers that owe what they are to every single faculty and staff member of this district, and they are forever grateful. If it is true that you don't owe us a fiduciary duty, I can tell you that the duty you do owe is simpler. It is a moral and ethical and should weigh heavier on your shoulders. Many of us work without taking our mandated breaks or lunches. We don't charge overtime for taking work home, and we are thrifty with our supplies and resources. As classified employees, it is our duty to do so. Is it our duty to do so? Absolutely not, but we do it for the greater good to see those payroll and supply dollars back in the pockets of this district so we can have more supplies, textbooks, and necessary items for our students in need. Do you truly think that we are asking for too much at this moment? How do you sleep at night, Dr. Ruffin and Ms. Prowl? I've watched your actions meeting after meeting. I even brought my children along to witness the embarrassing situation currently taking place. And frankly, they are disappointed to see how your time is spent bickering and arguing and leaving everything as a status quo. Are you truly not mortified by your actions, Dr. Ruffin and Mrs. Prowl? For once, I urge you to do the dignified thing, reset your thoughts and reconsider your actions. You can support and initiate the request for a special board meeting and approve our MOU to protect us in the same manner we protect the children in this district. For the first time in a long time, surprise those of us listening to you this evening. I thank you for lending me your ears and have a good evening. The next comment is from Stephanie Robeson. I was very disappointed to learn that the AVUHSD Board of Trustees did not approve the MOU for classified employees working in a COVID-19 environment. The safety and health of our students is directly dependent on the safety and health of our employees. It is fiscally irresponsible to ignore the current circumstances of this pandemic and its effect on this community. Please reconsider approving the tentative agreement between CSEA Chapter 612 and the school district. Show this community that you stand behind the families of staff and students alike. The next comment is from Anna Osborne. Thank you for giving the CSEA employees a voice here today at this board meeting for the Antelope Valley Union High School District. We appreciate the opportunity to express our concerns, especially since we value the lives of our students, families, and all community members. We are living in a time that is tense and sensitive to the needs of all during this pandemic. Classified staff are directly involved in addressing this great challenge for our community, whether we are helping students with the logistics of distance learning, dealing with questions and concerns from families, or striving to accomplish all the goals and tasks for each classified position. We continue to go above and beyond to serve the needs of our students and staff that we work directly with each day. This is a worldwide pandemic, which has seen increased numbers in the Antelope Valley. It is irresponsible given the nature of the crisis we are in to put our members' health at risk, increasing their possible exposure to the COVID-19 virus, as well as exposing it to their families and loved ones. The goal of our district should be to protect the health, safety, and well-being of students, staff, and the community. We believe the best way we can accomplish this goal is allowing those who can work remotely the opportunity to do so from home. This is intended to keep sick or potentially sick people away from campus so that it will remain safer for those who must continue to report to campus for their jobs. We understand the district is currently working with individuals on a one-on-one basis to determine eligibility to work remotely or alternative work arrangements. We ask that this be communicated effectively from management to the site level with transparency for all classified employees because it's important for all members to be aware of the options available to them. We ask the district provide a caring and considerate respect for the health and well-being of all members during this pandemic. We are enormously grateful for the dedication, high standards, and caring of everyone who works at AVUHSD. We are essential to achieving the mission, and never more so than in this intense and difficult time. We are committed to helping support our district as best we can and sincerely ask you to consider the lives of all classified members as well. Thank you for your time today and dedication to serving our students and families just as we so proudly do every day. Sincerely, concerned CSEA members employed by AVUHSD. The next comment is from Rebecca Bonifaci. As a paraeducator who has worked for the district for a decade now, I feel very saddened at how we have been approached during this pandemic. We have had very inconsistent communication from the beginning, even the beginning of the school year, including the most recent exposure at Eastside High School. We attended the same virtual conferences as teachers did for 2 days, and yet they were safely and comfortably in their homes while we were made to come to our sites. Now teachers are able to work safely from home, and we are still coming to the site to support the students and teachers virtually. It gives the impression that classified staff are disposable or expendable. We are given tasks unrelated to our job in order to make sure we have enough work to keep our jobs, yet we are so essential we aren't able to work virtually. This information is conflicting. It is also a disrespectful and condescending attitude to your staff that does so much for the students. Paraeducators receive training pertaining to the job yearly. We often take extra trainings and certifications on our own time. Many of us are college educated as well as other employees in other classified positions. If our jobs can realistically be done at our home, we should be afforded the same respect as the teachers. Instead, we are now trying to email and negotiate that option, obtaining documentation when needed, and really spending more time than we should have to prove that we need the protection. Treat us like the professionals we are. Let us work from home and implement better distance communication and accountability. In this day and age, remote clock-ins and outs are readily available, as are phones, computers, and any other means needed to connect with us. I ask that you reflect and ask me which of your family members that may be in a high-risk category that you would be willing to risk in this pandemic. Would it be your grandmother, your parent, your child, or maybe even yourself? If you say you are willing to risk any of those people being on a ventilator, I will gladly show you images of a 17-year-old child on a ventilator who never came off. My own child, and now I put my husband at risk every day I go to work because he is diabetic. Please reconsider the safety and health of your employees and their families. The next comment is from Angela Heyman. I want to say that the classified aides and paras should be given the same opportunity to work from home as the teachers and other staff. The next comment comes from concerned employees. I am requesting that I be permitted to telecommute from home due to inherent health risk to myself due to COVID-19, being that I am higher risk due to I am diabetic type 1 and dependent on insulin, as well as other comorbidities, high blood pressure and hypothyroidism. Being surrounded by the possibility of being exposed and contracting COVID-19 adds a level of anxiety and emotional distress. Being type 1 diabetic is a daily fight for life, and in and of itself, the possibility of contracting COVID-19 and pretty much being guaranteed an outcome of death is terrifying. According to the American Diabetes Association, people with type 1 diabetes face a higher chance of experiencing severe symptoms and complications if infected with COVID-19. People with type 1 diabetes' ability to fight infection are already compromised. Viral infections in diabetics can increase inflammation or internal swelling. When sick with a viral infection, people with diabetes do face an increased risk of DKA, diabetic ketoacidosis, commonly experienced by people with type 1 diabetes. Having the above mentioned stress combined with the knowledge of what I have learned hands-on the past 5 months from home makes me wonder if we would be able to work from home just as we have since the COVID-19 pandemic has reached us. I've been successfully involved with distance learning at the end of the 2020 school year, as well as virtual summer school. I am currently assisting my teacher and department daily. Everything we are doing from the work site is completely able to be done from my home office. Over the summer, I was able to help with my students who needed extra assistance with the direction of the instructor. While the teacher is instructing, I am able to pull students aside to break down the information or review concepts in a separate room, so each of these students are comfortable expressing their concerns freely instead of in front of the entire. During the teacher's office hours, any student is free to log on and get further assistance with any class they are struggling in. Being able to reassure my students that we are truly in this together makes me feel the distance learning from home would calm so many fears, as well as build the camaraderie we have in our district. I do not make this request lightly, as I do love my job, my coworkers, and the students. But since this virus has taken off and is so prevalent in the state of California, with the current total positive cases of 592,000 and 10,705 deaths, in Los Angeles County with the current total positive cases of 212,000, 5,057 deaths, not to mention with coworkers that have since tested positive since the return of 10-month classified employees to campus. The next comment is from a concerned employee. I've had many concerns about returning to the work site since the COVID-19 pandemic has arrived due to the uncertainty of it all. This summer, my father underwent heart surgery to have 5 stents put in. He finally came to and was attempting to get better when he was moved from USC Keck to a less costly hospital in Rancho Cucamonga. Within 48 hours, my father coded. They were not able to save him. During that time, I had my 4 sons with me at my father's house so that I could take care of my brother, who sustained a brain injury years ago and is a quadriplegic. He is in his 50s now. USC would only allow one person, the same person, to visit. I told my stepmother to be with my father. While my stepmother was by my dad's side daily during the visiting hours, I was cleaning the house, tending to my brothers and the animals. My children and I have been very cautious since we were around elderly and fragile family members. When my father passed away, it was devastating. My youngest son doesn't understand why Papa isn't coming home. He cries when I leave for work because he thinks I won't be coming home like Papa. My youngest is only 3, and he just doesn't understand why a box is in the house and not Papa. My father was about to be 77 in September. My mother is 74 this year, and my stepmother just turned 65 in July. I am the only child here to be able to care for them. At the same time, I am so very thankful for having a job. I am thankful for my children learning from home. The problem I am having is that I'm not able to assist my own children because I am not at home to be able to go over the assignments with them. I have 4 young sons, 12, 8, 6, and 3. I do not know what to do at this point. I just feel overwhelmed. I have the kitchen table set up with school supplies and everything that my children will need to do any assignments. It would be excellent to be able to sit at the kitchen table, log on, and follow my student throughout the day and be supportive to the department chair in the afternoon portion of the day and help any other staff member with any sort of help. I could log on and help out in the Google Classroom. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter. The next comment is from a concerned classified staff member. Dear members of the board, thank you for the time to listen to my comment. I'm a classified staff member in the district, but before that, I was a proud alumnus of AVUHSD. When I left for college, I was proud of where I came from and the education I received. I wanted to return to the high school district where I grew up and give back to the community that I truly believed helped make me the person I am today. I can still recall how excited I was the day I was hired and finally be able to use that master's degree I set out to receive. I am fully aware that this pandemic has left the school district to make some tough choices regarding personnel. What has saddened me is the disconnect I have witnessed from the district office to what is actually happening on our school sites. People are people. They have personal beliefs about what is happening in our world. Our work sites are not clean. People are actively not wearing masks, administrators included. We have adults and students on campuses without a protocol to follow. All of this endangers our classified staff members and their families, staff members who have given a lot of time and energy to the district. I also feel as though asking classified staff to come on site and not teachers, the district is creating a hostile environment for all of us to return to. Many of us care about each other, but this fuels so much division and classism that it's unnecessary. We are a team, the right hand needs the left. My hope is that the district can start to recognize this before it's too late. I know this is not an easy decision and is in any choice, there are consequences. But I ask this board to consider all means possible of supporting us and keeping us safe as we reopen and ask people to work on site. The next comment is from Kimberly Martucci. I'm a classified worker over 10 years with this district. I'm here to say, Ms. Ruffin and her puppet, that we do have a voice. How dare you shut us down at the last meeting? You are obviously very ignorant when it comes to our union and question our board and our votes. We voted for the MOU and you still questioned us. You denied us. Classified workers, when possible, should also, like the teachers, have the choice to work from home. The next comment comes from a concerned staff member. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I am here to comment and advocate for classified staff. With the current working conditions, my colleagues are putting themselves and their families, in my opinion, at risk unnecessarily. Teachers were given the option to be able to work from home, and unfortunately, classified staff were not afforded the same choice or option. Members have had to request to work from home and have been denied. Those that have been previously denied had to resort to using their own time and leave to protect their families. What makes the lives and works of teachers more valuable? Schools are not successful without the support and hard work of the classified staff. Classified should not be treated like less than second class. We know and understand there are some positions which working from home is not appropriate. We know that there are some where being on site is absolutely essential to completing our jobs. But we also know that less people on site, the less exposure all of us face. There are many of us that do not feel safe. One of the major reasons is that the guidelines mandated by the state are not being fully enforced or followed. We know of coworkers and colleagues who do not adhere to the physical distancing or wearing masks as mandatory. The consequence of those individual actions and decisions bear heavily on all of the community, on our students and parents picking up supplies, on our families, on people we meet in our daily life in the store. The district needs to seriously reconsider its approach. The classified staff are there to support the district's efforts in providing the education the students deserve and have a right to. But classified are also people worthy of being safe, of being protected, so that we can continue in that endeavor. We must face this as a community together, being more compassionate of one another. So again, I ask that you reconsider the district's decision to have all classified staff on site and on campus being exposed. Thank you. The next comment is from Leah Maxwell.
Excuse me 1 moment. We are at 20 minutes. How many more do we have?
There are 6 more comments, Ms. McGrady.
Thank you. 6 more. And board, what is your pleasure? Would you like to hear 6 more, or we are at 20 minutes? We could move forward.
I'll listen.
Okay.
I'll listen. I'll
Okay.
listen.
Mr. Rush? We'll listen. So we'll go ahead and listen. Please go forward. Thank you.
The next comment is from Leah Maxfield. I would like to ask that the board to consider hiring certified athletic trainers to their high school staffs as an added resource to the student athletes in this valley. With a pause in sports during the pandemic, I believe now is an opportunistic time to discuss the value of certified athletic trainers and a possible budget to fund them for the next school year. An athletic trainer is an allied healthcare professional that is educated in the prevention, evaluation, and rehabilitation of athletic injuries. Their schooling includes graduating from a 4-year accredited program with majors in kinesiology, health science, athletic therapy, exercise science, and then they must sit for a national board exam for certification. Starting this year, those who wish to become athletic trainers must complete a Master's of Science degree on top of their 4-year degree. Athletic trainers not only help injured athletes by assessing the severity of injuries and assisting in referrals to doctors, they also help to minimize liability to the school by providing primary care and, if needed, activating the emergency medical system to limit catastrophic outcomes. With the high schools in this valley organizing high-risk sports like football and wrestling, I believe an athletic trainer on staff would be an incredible resource to the student athletes and one more added line of defense against liability. Athletic trainers may also be used within the biomedical and sports medicine programs offered at several of the high schools. Please consider hiring athletic trainers at the high schools in the Antelope Valley. The next comment is from Jackie Jacobs. I want to know why we are not being provided cleaning supplies for our classroom individually. Also, why the employees are being required to supply their own hand sanitizer and pesticide wipes. Also, not testing employees for fevers prior to entering the premises. The next comment is from Doreen. Why aren't the classified staff who voted to work from home given the opportunity to work from home? We love our jobs, but don't think it's fair to have to go on FMLA if we can't work from home. The next comment is from Carmen Calvillo. She just submitted concerns. The next comment is anonymous. I'm disturbed that paraeducators have to work on campus and teachers are allowed to work from home. I feel that we are dispensable and our health and well-being are of no concern to you. All that we are doing on campus can be done safely in our homes. We accomplished this during spring stay-at-home and for a select few summer school. I was told that I am essential, but essential workers are on the front lines: doctors, nurses, postal workers, restaurant cooks, servers, and cashiers, dealing with people face to face. I am essential, but my students are at home, and I am in a classroom with no students. Why are teachers more valued than paras? Paras are also being made to do jobs that are not in our job description, like custodial work to keep us busy. We have plenty of work to do with our classes. I sit in a class with my para partner, which makes me very uncomfortable and anxious. Although we distance ourselves, we have to remove our mask to work with students virtually. This leaves us exposed to each other. We have gone from our safe bubbles at home with our immediate family to being around many new people at work. It was a matter of time before we were exposed to COVID, and this has happened in the last week at Eastside High. From what I was told, the DO didn't want to inform staff of the exposure, and when they did, it was to certain people. This is wrong. We're in a pandemic and we're required to be on campus, and when there's exposure, it's a secret. This is very concerning and does not help ease our fears. We want to go home safely to our families, but we shouldn't be on campus anyway. Special education teachers can't carry their classes without paras. We are valuable, we are needed, and we deserve to be treated fairly. The last comment this evening is from Vivian. First, let me say this to Superintendent Vieira, board members Rush and Grady. You all should be ashamed for condoning your negative actions that the young student Eli Johnson must be present to hear lies and cover-ups as you try to groom his innocence. To speak negatively about those on the board you blatantly have bias and anger towards, such as Ms. Perel and Dr. Ruffin. How dare you all voted against her pay because of missed board meetings. In the present climate of the world, where nearly 1 million are out of jobs, even if her loved one died from COVID, you all wouldn't and didn't care. Shame on you. God's watching. Student Johnson shouldn't have to witness this, nor threats coming after Dr. Ruffin for simply holding Dr. Vieira accountable for the illegal money trails, especially the money for resource officer that we have no contract for. Many of us concerned public folks feel we heard threats come from Dr. Vieira's personal attorney, Jay Furno, toward Dr. Ruffin. Let the truth come out. Why does Grady and Rush feel a question for the superintendent has to be answered by them? And why does Grady or anyone who disagrees with Perel or Dr. Ruffin's vote has to end up in the AV Press newspaper, which we know in this district is not a fair representation of the demographics? Stop acting like the CIF vote serves all our students when Black and Brown students must travel down into the San Fernando Valley to compete and possibly scout it. This racism that's being perpetuated starts from the head, which Dr. Vieira, that's you. Time's up because this district has had and continues to have record-breaking defeats in all areas for our students, teachers, administrators, classified or non-classified employees, and the parents that send their precious children to these schools under your district. This district continues to pay out millions for the abuses of our students. Stop the madness, resign because our Black, brown, and educated whites and other nationalities are standing up for the good trouble fight. What I spoke about in the agendized stands the same for non-agendized: transparency, fairness, non-racism, equality. This district must be held accountable to do what is right. Stop the hatred. We all bleed red. We all want a better life for our children. We all will stand up to protect our loved ones and neighbors being mistreated.
30 seconds.
So do what's right. It's for 20 plus years. AVUHSD superintendent has not produced. It's time for a change. Resign, Dr. Vieira. You still will have those that are your diehard fans to uphold your wrongs, like James Stockdale and Anthony Hunt because he's Black. Ms. McGrady feels all African descendants should be happy with him, as both are intimidators for this district. God help AVUHSD and the world. That concludes the public comments for this evening.
Thank you very much. We are at number 7, educational services and an action item. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees review proposed revisions to AR/E as presented. And this is the exposure control plan for blood-borne pathogens. This is a first read. Do we have any questions or discussion? Hearing none, we'll move on. Number 8 is student services. Student services contract for services STS 21012, Collaborative Learning Solutions LLC. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the contract for services STS 21012 with Collaborative Learning Solutions LLC. May I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Any discussion?
Yes, I see that this says to continue. So we've had this before. Can somebody provide some feedback on this?
Sure, Dr. Ruffin. This is a continuation of the work that we started last year regarding multi-tiered systems of support. So the district has a team of approximately 25 teachers, administrators, counselors, and some district staff that are working to put together the MTSS framework. Again, this is just a continuation of that work.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, student board member, Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Dr. Ruffin? Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. And Ms. McGrady, yes. So that is 4-0. It passed, and Mr. Johnson voted yes. We are moving on to 9, personnel services and action items. This is approval of a provisional internship permit, a PIP. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and direct the Assistant Superintendent of Personnel Services to submit a provisional internship permit, allowing this individual to teach in the subject areas indicated. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Any discussion or comments? Hearing none. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Ms. Perrell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Dr. Ruffin, how do you vote?
Yes.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And Ms. McGrady, yes. 4 yes, so that passes, and a student board member voted yes. Approval of agreement quote with Proximity Learning. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the agreement quote PS 2020-21-02 with Proximity Learning, Inc., and that Brett Neal is authorized to execute as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion. Of second.
Thank you. I'll put Mr. Rush as the motion and Ms. Perrell as a second. I appreciate that. Any discussion or questions? Hearing none. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. And Ms. McGrady, aye. The ayes have it. That's 4 for yes, and that passes. Mr. Johnson also voted aye. We are at number 10. If you're following along, conduct a public hearing on resolution number 2020-21-03, temporary interfund transfers. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees open, conduct, and close the public hearing on resolution number 2020-2103. We'll open the public hearing at 9:35. We need comments from the staff. We'll start with staff. Mr. Hawkins, do you have anything?
Yes, good evening. Excuse me. This is a public hearing as required by law for the next item, which would be the resolution for the interfund transfers. Specifically, these are transfers where the general fund will loan money to other funds, such as the food services. Food services requires a loan every year of money because of their cash flow. The state is at least 60 days in arrears. So when our cafeteria started serving students this week, it will take us at least 60 days to get paid. In the meantime, we have the cafeteria, because it is its own enterprise fund, has to pay for the food and pay for their staff out of their existing reserve balance. The idea of the cafeteria is not to make a giant profit and build a big reserve. So therefore, they have a very small reserve amount and the general fund loans them money. Another example would be, should the adult education fund, if it needed a loan because the funds it's expecting are going to take a little bit longer, then the general fund would loan to be able to pay the employees there. So this is the idea of being able to shift money between the general fund and our other funds purely based on cash flow when it's needed to take care of either students such as food or employees such as payroll. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Yes. Again, Board Bylaw 9200 reminds the board that we have an obligation to uphold the education of children and youth above any of our partisan principles, our group interests, our personal interests. At the last board meeting, I presented 4 checks to Dr. Vieira, and I asked specific questions about $115,000 of checks that were presented to the board. I did not get questions answered back from our superintendent. I did not get questions answered in regards to how do people end up in direct pay. I did not get questions answered back, and this is in regards to our budget, about how is Mr. J. Furno being personally paid. I did not get questions answered in regards to who signed off on those checks as from the board or from the county superintendent. And it's just really amazing to me that now when we're dealing with our district funds, and even when I asked, what budget did those checks come out of, I didn't get any answers to those. This board, and I can see where, like I had mentioned earlier, there is a cognitive disconnect in our district where there's a misbelief in what is supposed to be happening on our board. And I wish that there was a better understanding of how things are governed. On our board rules by our board majority, which is any 3 board members that agree on something, that is what moves the board. No one individual board member has any power by themselves. And we as a board have 1 employee, and that is Dr. Vieira. Dr. Vieira,
could we get back to the agenda?
Don't cut me off, Grady.
Please come back to the agenda.
Please allow me.
Come back to the agenda item.
I'm on the agenda item. Do not do that. That's where you're disrespectful. You preside over this meeting, but you do not get a chance to cut me off. So as I was saying, as a board member, and this is for clarity so that people who are listening in can understand how our board is supposed to work. We have 1 employee, and that is Dr. Vieira. Dr. Vieira is in control of this entire district. in his cabinet. That being said, when we are giving Dr. Vieira the permission to move monies around, it should be very transparent about where those monies are going and what is happening. So when I asked for the external audit information, that is me asking as a board member, and it's not just given to me, it's given to everyone. The understanding that I did not get the information, Mrs. Perrell, Ms. McGrady, and Mr. Rush cannot speak on whether or not I received something. They can only speak whether or not they got it. And Mr. Rush said it very clearly at our last board meeting. He mentioned that he was invited to meet with principals. He was invited to meet with multiple different groups. I personally got invited to meet with the African-American teachers, and I met with them on the weekend. And I didn't meet with all of them because a lot of them were afraid to meet with me. They told me that they met in a different group with Rush and Mrs. McGrady. And they told me about other meetings. And I also talked with James Tilton, where he told me he met in different groups with board members. So I'm just saying this because there's a discrimination piece out there where—
Please don't call out employees. Please do not call out employees.
Mrs. McGrady, listen.
I'm asking you not to call out our employees. Please do not do this.
I am making a point. I'm saying this to say that not all board members are treated the same. So when I'm saying this, I am setting the stage to say that being said, I know for a fact that Dr. Vieira, if he did share the information about the external audit, that there's a strong possibility that I did not get it. So I requested information about who was our external auditor so that I could, as a board member, be informed to ask information about the transfers of information. I also asked about the messenger letter that I did not have, and I still don't have right now at this board meeting, which will give me information as a board member to make an informed decision about transfers of money. That is very relevant. So as a board member, that is information that I don't have. I also asked Trustee Perrell if she got it. She doesn't have it either. So for you to expect me as a board member to act fiduciary in my responsibility, where I haven't received information that I need as a board member, and you're asking me to trust where we haven't received things that we need to receive. And this has been over 3 weeks, over a month, because it's every month we have a board meeting. And I'm supposed to give Dr. Vieira the freedom to transfer monies when these questions haven't been asked. I honestly don't have faith that it's going to be transferred in the way that it should be, because there has been so much cognitive dissonance in the levels of communication.
Thank you. I respectfully suggest you check your spam and you check your messages.
I'm not talking.
Have been accidentally deleted.
I'm not talking to you.
But I would also like to ask Mr. Hawkins. Would a no vote on this be? Would it be fair to say that a no vote on this would be voting no to buy food for children?
Your parental disrespect has got to stop. For some reason, I don't know if this is. I don't know where you get off thinking that you have some kind of board authority like you do, but you're an equal board member just like everybody else. You do not have the right.
Thank you. Could we move back to the agenda? Let's move back to the agenda, please.
So as I was saying,
Mr. Hawkins,
when we came to the board meeting, prepared to ask those questions, I would like, I do not want to have the liberty to allow for the transfer funds to Dr. Vieira at his leisure without accountability to the board.
It is not going to Dr. Vieira. This is
when Dr. Vieira provides to the board, including myself, the messenger letter and the ability for me to speak with this auditor and to look at our books, I will consider the transfers. Again, I am asking for an independent outside audit of our budget and our books And I'm also asking for the state superintendent office to come in, which will include the FBI, the district attorney's office. And with this, there still is questions about a misappropriations of funding. And I still stand by my actions to ask Dr. Vieira that he should resign from his position because of this. And that's where I stand.
Stop, please stop, right there, stop. This has nothing to do with what we're bidding on or voting on, and I'm asking you to stop doing this. Would anyone else on the board like a chance to speak? Mr. Hawkins, would it be fair to say a no vote here would prevent us from being able to buy food for students?
Yes, from that perspective. I do want to remind you that this is the public hearing. We're not on the actual resolution yet.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else have a comment to make before we close the hearing? We'll close the hearing at 9:45 and move forward to adopt the resolution. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the resolution for temporary transfers of funds for cash flow purposes. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Ms. Perrell, how do you vote? Ms. Perrell, how do you vote?
Sorry, I had it on mute. No.
Dr. Ruffin, how do you vote?
No.
I apologize. Ms. Perrell voted no. Dr. Ruffin voted no. Mr. Rush, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes, and Ms. McGrady votes yes. That is a 2-2 vote on transferring funds so we can pay our bills. So it does not pass, and our student board member voted yes. Okay, we're moving forward to C, approval of year-end appropriation transfers. It is, I believe this is more of the same. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve a year-end appropriation transfers as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Any discussion?
I'd like to bring up, this is exactly the same item that we did for PINCO. This allows us to close our books for last year, and it's transfers to balance out categoricals. So for example, if we had like Title I, if we didn't spend all of the money, we need to transfer some of that out to carry over for the next year. These are all accounting functions. There is no actual required in order for us to close the books for the State Controller's Office and the LA County Office of Ed. These are general transfers that we make at the end of every school year to close out last fiscal year.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. We have any other comments or discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Ms. Perrell?
No.
No. And Dr. Ruffin?
No.
No. And Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. And Mrs. McGrady, yes. So that is a 2-2. So it does not pass. Mr. Johnson voted yes, and we will not be transferring money so we can pay our bills. So moving on, we are at D, consulting contract with National Roofing Consultants. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the consulting contract for National Roofing Consultants Incorporated and authorize Brian Hawkins as authorized agent to execute the contract on behalf of the district. Can I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion.
Thank
Second.
you, Ms. Burrell. Mr. Rush, a second. Thank you. Any discussion?
I would like to bring up that this is a, excuse me, services that they will be inspecting while we're redoing roofing at Knight High School. The Knight High School, we're looking at about a $1.2 million cost to re-roof certain sections of it, and it's just because of the age. It's time to fix it because leaks are far more expensive. This is like a DSA inspector. They're going to ensure that the contractors perform and do the job according to the manufacturer's specifications. So this is really cheap insurance that the job is done right. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have
Are there
any
any
other
competitive
discussion or
bids?
questions?
Are there any competitive bids?
Not for this inspection, because this is an inspection service that's recommended to us from the manufacturer. We will be competitively bidding the actual roof job.
So when we get inspections, we don't have to get a competitive bid for inspectors?
Because there aren't enough. You can see these folks are out of Pomona. There just aren't enough qualified inspectors specifically for this roof and for this manufacturer of roof.
That's not the question. I said, we don't have to get qualified, we don't have to get competitive bids for this amount of money?
Correct. It is under the bid limit of the 92,500.
Any other questions? Mr. Johnson, how do you,
That's okay, go ahead.
if you have a question, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. And Ms. McGrady, yes. That passed at a 4-0 with our student board member voting yes. We are on E. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve change order number 1 to Cook Coatings Incorporated and authorize Brian Hawkins to execute the change order on behalf of the district. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Any discussion?
I'm happy to bring this to you tonight. This is actually what's called the negative change order, meaning that we get a credit back on the bill itself because the contractor did not have to do some of this extra existing gutter work. So this is means our bill is less than what was initially bid.
Okay.
Is there a competitive bid for this?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand that.
Is there a competitive bid for this?
No, when we initially did it, absolutely. This is at the end of the contract. So this was bid, this was the Highland roof. So this was bid and the board approved this 5 months ago, maybe 4. And then the work was done in May and June. And then this is a change order credit. So this means we pay less. So this is a good thing for us.
Any further questions? Hearing none. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Dr. Ruffin? Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. And Ms. McGrady, yes. This one passed 4-0 with our student board member voting yes. We are now at 11, the consent agenda to approve the consent agenda. Actions proposed for the consent agenda are items consistent with adopted policies and approved practices of the district and are deemed routine in nature. The board will be asked to approve all the items in the consent agenda by a single vote unless any member of the board asks that an item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and discussed separately. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the items listed in the following consent agenda categories: educational services, student services, personnel services, business services, and administrative services as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Any discussion?
Yes, I would like to pull 16B.
Okay, hang on just a moment. Let me get to it. 16B. Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, would suggest that we go ahead and vote on all of these and then vote on that separately. Is that okay? Okay, any other questions or comments on any of the things we're voting on? Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Ruffin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes. And Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And Ms. McGrady, yes. So it passed 4-0. So that passes. And Mr. Johnson voted yes. So let's go to 16B. And this is the approve the minutes of the regular board meeting held on June the 11th, 2020. We would need a motion first so we can vote on it separately. So we need a motion.
Motion.
Ms. Perrell, thank you. And a second?
Second.
Okay, a second by Dr. Ruffin. Okay, any discussion?
Under 16A, under the last board meeting, I had asked that under 16A, under my board comments, that they reflect the comments that I made and they weren't altered. So I know that Mrs. Orozco is very busy. I just want to give her time to allow for my comments to reflect what I said.
Okay, first, hang on one quick second. Are we talking A or B? 16A or B? I thought you pulled out B.
16B under.
Okay, all right. As you were just talking, I thought you said 16A, and I wanted to make sure I had the right one. Okay, so the minutes, just for information, the minutes of the June 11th meeting are in compliance alignment with the BB, the board policy 9324 and ed code sections 35145 and 35163, stating that minutes shall be taken in all of those meetings, recording all actions taken by the governing board. The minutes are public records and shall be made available to the public. Audio tape recordings are also taken at each of our board meetings, and they are made available upon request to the public. As required, our board meeting minutes reflect board action taken and summarize comments made by the public and board members. We don't do a word by word.
Actually, and
she doesn't
exactly,
do that.
and the summary does not reflect what I said.
We do a summary of everyone's.
Exactly, and my summary doesn't reflect what I said.
Okay.
I would like for my, and I can, if you would like me to, I can type up my own summary and provide it.
If you want, that's fine. We're not going to ask Mr. Roscoe to do that because we don't do that for anyone else. And I don't think we should start the precedent of requiring her to write down what everyone says. So if you want to provide, bring your own in, they can attach it to it. So let's take a vote on leaving it like it is, yes or no. And then if you want to bring in yours, you
I
can.
asked for my summary to be inclusive in here and not as an attachment, Mrs. McGrady.
It is a summary. There is a summary. That's the whole point. She does have a summary. It is a summary of what you said.
Mrs. McGrady, I said that this summary is not reflective of what I said. And I could work that out with Mrs. Orozco so that it's reflective.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady, I think it would be appropriate for board member Ruffin to supplement the minutes.
Okay.
Believes that they are inaccurate or insufficient. I don't see a problem with her supplementing those minutes.
Okay. So send that to Ms. Roscoe, and then we will put it on again next time. Is that so then we don't need to vote on it now. We will just bring it back, table it. Does everybody agree, or do we need to take a vote on that? Okay, we need to take a vote on that. So we first need to vote, because we have a motion already on here of whether to accept them as they are or not. So let's first vote on that. And if it does not pass, then we can make a motion to table it. So we are voting on whether to accept the minutes as they are written now. Student board member, Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell?
No.
No. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
No. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, and Mrs. McGrady, yes. So it does not pass. It's a 2-2. So then we would need a motion to table it, a motion and a second to table it. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion. Second.
Okay, that was, I believe, Dr. Ruffin and Mr. Rush, first and second. And do we have any other discussion? Okay.
To be clear, this motion to table it would mean that the member of Area 5 would supplement her own words.
Yes, she would send her supplement to Mr. Roscoe. It will come back to us for a vote at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, is everybody clear with that? So we're voting yes or no to that. So student board member, Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, and Ms. McGrady, yes. So that passes 4-0 with our student board member voting yes. So we will bring it back at the next meeting. So we are now to 18, discussing closed session. We did not have closed session tonight. We did not have a quorum once again. And so we will skip on over to 19, excuse me. I believe we have to hear from, I skipped it, sorry, excuse me, I skipped right over it. 17 from the board and superintendent. So from the board, well, let's start with Ms. Perrell.
I don't have anything at this time.
Okay, Dr. Ruffin.
Sure. I want to welcome our students and teachers back to the new school year. These are definitely challenging times within our pandemic, and I'm hopeful that as the wheels of justice are changing, that it will be favorable for our students and our learning community, especially those that will include our classified staff members. Board policy 900 says that each of our board members represents our district and not an individual constituency. Board bylaws 9005 says that the Board of Trustees believes that it is the primary responsibility of us to act in the best interest of every student in our district. Dr. Noguera stated on July the 8th, 2019, that equity isn't just a slogan. It should transform the way that we educate our students. It is my goal to transform the Antelope Valley Union High School District. And I said that from the beginning of when I decided to run for this board and was elected to do so. I live and breathe equity work, and equity work is not done by merely hiring of an equity person. There's a lot more work that must be done before you can create a position. There's a lot more work that must be done when we talk about the word equity. Interestingly, teachers of color in this district are scared to speak with the first African-American elected board member because their fear of being retaliated against for merely speaking to me. Those were some of the sentiments that you guys heard tonight in public comments from teachers who spoke anonymously as well. Their fear being backed by culturally relevant pedagogy that they claim was brought to the board a few months ago before I was elected to the board was also out of fear that they will not fit into a board agenda, that it would bring them harm. So they brought to me when we met on a Sunday that they wanted to bring back culturally relevant pedagogy as a form of an instructional piece. And apparently they had brought it to the board, before I became a board member. And I said, well, why don't you guys bring it back? And they feared that it would be a form of retaliation if they brought it back. When I asked this board at the last board meeting if they would be interested in doing a climate survey to get the opinions of all members of this district, at the last board meeting, that would include our teachers, our custodian staff, our students, our security members, everyone in this district, the request fell on deaf ears. Yet Dr. Vieira's team talked about their interactions with Dr. Noguera, and they said that they met with him twice since July 2018. So last July, we had a blackface incident that happened at Quartz Hills High School that garnered national attention. And Dr. Noguera provided the Antelope Valley Union Board with a contract where he would onboard our staff to do equity work, which means that he would look at the ways in which that he can, provide a knowledge base to our students and talk about the differences and the ways in which our community would be able to give them the necessary work to do the successful work to have some successful outcomes with our academics and our development. Not just focusing on student achievement, but looking at what are the backgrounds that can predict successful outcomes for our students. So how have we been able to do this kind of work in our district? And are we committed to giving every student the same opportunities where their peers at SOAR and Quartz Hills have better outcomes and better opportunities to be successful? I remember about a year ago, we had a Caucasian male from Little Rock High School. He came to our board, and most of the board members thought that he was an attorney. And he spoke very passionately about getting up early in the morning and doing an AP class. And he spoke about how that class was taken away from him and his peers. But if he was over at Quartz Hills High School, that it wouldn't have been taken away. And he fought to have a sense of equity for services on the east side of town. This district is predominantly minority students. And how have we dealt with the deep-rooted issues of removing the barriers that limit their success if we cannot even define what they are for all members within our community? And an equity director is not the solution to the problem to deal with the deep-rooted issues here. And we as a board want to ignore that we have an issue, but we also agreed to deal with an equity warrior because we brought him onto our district. We have Dr. Noguera that is ready and willing to do the work. So why won't we allow him to do a presentation? I have emails and I have reached out to him, and he's just waiting for us to allow him to present. Allow him to bring his team on board to complete the district-wide climate survey that I suggested at the last board member meeting. Then let's do the work to create the teams needed to really see how diversity and inclusion director could serve our community and to what capacity. Allow that team to collect the data to drive our decisions and not put a Band-Aid approach to serve the interests and just stir the pot. So I called Mr. Tilton and I asked him about, I told him about my opinions and why I voted the way that I did in regards to the equity director. And interesting enough, he had met with several people and teachers, and they had already made a decision about an equity director and not even gotten the opinions across the board about if it was even really time or a good fit. I think that it's interesting that we don't even have members on this board that can say Breonna Taylor or Ahmaud Arbery or George Floyd's name. And we're a community that is ready to just assign a position, but not even really be able to look at the root cause of some of the symptomologies that our kids deal with on a day-to-day basis. So let's transform our learning spaces to allow transformative work that needs to be done, so we can develop a coherent approach to delivering instruction, so we can look at the ways in which we can develop ongoing professional capacity of our faculty, so we can create strong parent community school ties, so that we can share leadership to drive school change. Again, I am a product of a public school system, and I had amazing educators who saw me as a child and as a student. I recently heard a culturally relevant story about a woman who had surgery. This was a Black woman, and she spoke very intimately about what it meant for her surgeon, who was a Black surgeon, to care for her. She had some form of brain surgery, and when she went into surgery, her hair was braided in these long plaits. But when she came out of brain surgery, her surgeon had rebraided her hair in such a way that her locks did not have to be cut off. You guys can Google this. This surgeon, who is a girl's dad, had rebraided her hair because he knew how important her hair was to her. And he was able to staple her incisions in such a way that it preserved her integrity and her identity, because he knew her without even knowing her on an intimate level. That's the level that we have to be able to communicate with our kids. and that this community of the Antelope Valley is 80% Black and brown students, we owe it to be able to know our kids to that depth and that breadth. So I signed up to be the change in this district and to hold this superintendent to be accountable for his actions. Mark Ridley Thomas is doing the work that the Board of Supervisors also said that they were going to do in LA County. And they're leading the charge about an anti-racist LA County, which includes us, Antelope Valley. And we are a part of this community. That data was shared just last week. And a lot of the data included alarming facts about Lancaster and Palmdale. This includes our kids. This includes our essential workers. This includes our teachers, our staff. So when we're talking about the change and that's going on, it's our community right here. This is us. So I'm just urging the people in this community to look beyond the narrative and the propaganda that's being presented in your faces. Please go out and vote and look at the elected officials. Look at us and hold us accountable too for our actions. Look at us who is on these boardrooms when we cast our votes, our yeses, our nos, our yays, and allow us to be a representation that is really going to govern from the space of what we're supposed to govern, and not just be step, lock, and key because it's what the status quo is expecting. And this is consistent too of those people who are in the classrooms teaching our students, or the people who are policing our students, because it all matters. If all means all, which includes our classified staff, which also includes our teachers and our students, then we have a responsibility. And it also means our Black community as well. Our students' futures depends on the ways that we educate them. And I'm committed to do my part. I pray that this community does theirs. Please get out and vote and be the change that you wish to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rush.
I have nothing tonight, thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I will keep it brief. It's been a long night, and I know a lot of us have work and school tomorrow. I'll start by shouting out the 20,000 plus students and staff for starting the school year. I know that it's not ideal. However, it reinforces my belief that our staff and students in this district can do anything. I would next like to say that it is disappointing that yet again, we have had no closed session. This is not an issue of interpreting board bylaws. This is Ms. Perel and the member of Area 5 failing to do their duty as board members. Next, I'd like to thank Mr. Allen and Ms. Ramos for their roles in these online meetings, Mr. Furno for his counsel, the cabinet for all the hard work they do, and Mr. Rush just because he's a cool guy. I had more to say about the incredibly embarrassing way that dialogue took place tonight, but instead I will share a quote by Michelle Obama. When they go low, we go high. We have to go high. It may be tough, but it is necessary. We must follow Miss McGrady's example and what she did tonight. I wish everyone a terrific night and a fantastic Friday, and may God bless our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I've been contacted this month by a number of members in the community who have asked for a formal censure of one or more of our board members. Censure is a formal and public group condemnation of an individual whose actions can run counter to the group's acceptable standards for individual behavior. We would need a majority vote from the board to formally censure a member of our board, and I just wanted the public to be aware of that. So even though we may have a majority in our community who are looking for this, we as a board do not currently have a majority on very many items. We can, however, ask all of our members to follow our board bylaws. Since we have had such issues with board attendance, and particularly in January, we usually have a governance session, our yearly governance session in January, but we weren't able to have it this year. But it might be helpful for board members to review the bylaws on your own. And I had a bunch of them listed that I thought were pretty particularly, but because we're so late, I'm only going to mention one right now, and this is Board Bylaw 9271. One portion of it just says to devote sufficient time, thought, and study to propose actions, to be able to make decisions upon all available facts and vote honest convictions unswayed by partisan bias of any kind. I'm begging you to do your homework. Ask your questions before we get here. Find out what it is we're voting about and have some sense of where we are. From there on, I would like to apologize to our classified staff for this board rejecting the MOU that was so carefully negotiated with our negotiating teams and voted on by your members, which was clearly pointed out to us at our last meeting. It's been discussed with me that many of your folks now feel unsupported by this board. Please know, John Rush and I fully support you. I believe in you and the work that you do. And John Rush fully supports you. You are essential workers. We know that, and we need you, and we know that. We started school this week. I am absolutely aware this is not what we want. This is not how we wanted to start school. I thank you for creating new, innovative ways to teach, to reach our students. I thank all of you in the classified for finding ways to help out, to do jobs that have to be done. Thank you for all of us trying to come together and work together in the safest way possible so we can continue. Thank you for creating a new normal. You are all still changing lives every day. We will get back to our old normal at some time, although it may never be the same as it was. It may have all changed somewhat. But I thank you, and I thank you for all that you do. That's all I have. Dr. Vera.
Just briefly, we heard tonight, staff from across the district has just worked their tails off in preparation of our students' return this week. So I want to extend my sincere appreciation to CSEA, the AVTA, as well as our confidential and management employees for their flexibility and creativity in navigating this health crisis that we're currently going through. And the successful start of this new year is truly a testament to all of our employees, as well as the students and families of our community. So thank you. Have a good evening and have a great weekend. Stay safe and stay well.
Okay, thank you. We are, I think I mentioned this before, closed session. We were not able to have closed session because we did not have a quorum. We did hear the information, but we were not able to take any votes. So that brings us to adjournment. So I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
That was Ms. Perrell. Thank you. A second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rush. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Dr. Ruffin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yes, okay. Mr. Rush, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes, and Ms. McGrady votes yes. That is 4-0. We are leaving and our Mr. Johnson voted yes. So good night, be safe, and we will see you at our next meeting, which is next September 10th, I believe. Thank you. Good night.